Hello. Hey. It's a dangerous world for a toy. Hey, Sheriff, draw. Are you like drawing? Draw this. Oh man, his face doesn't go away. We toys can see everything. Computing 46 actions. Undo them. Stop doing them. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Undo them. Undo so many. Oh my god. Might not be able to undo all of them. Well, luckily I saved this before fucking him up. So let's just fuck him up even more. You're not so tough without your badge, are you, Sheriff? Now you're just another bandit like me. A gringo like me. Where's your kid now, Sheriff? It's super creepy. The face remains. Can I even erase it? Wow, you can never fully erase Woody. How creepy. Get him out of here. No, I can't. Can't cover him up. He's not on a different layer. I'll delete the layer he's on. Wait, that wasn't the right one. Delete this layer. Oh, I can't. Oh my god. You can't. He's here for good. What if I just make a new file? Is he still there? Okay, now he's gone. No! He's still there. Holy shit. I was making him intentionally creepy, but now it's unintentionally creepy. Yeah, let's just load him again and make some of his friends. Drifting a little here. Let me move so the lighthouses can see better. It'll take just a second to recalibrate. Okay, I can read the chat in the headset. Woody was never the same after that fateful day in the acid pit. Imagine if Woody was never the same after that fateful day in. Sorry, this is really creepy. Let me keep working on it. Imagine if Woody was never the same after that fateful day in the fire pit. That was like, oh no, what if they all were slightly melted after that? What if they were all slightly melted into each other? That's what should have happened. They should have gotten slightly fucked up. Completely worthless now. Worthless. Well, I guess the Braithville toaster also did that. It made it so they might as well just be worthless now. And then save them at the very end. No, you're not worthless. It's not true. You're worthful. Two women kissing? This is an intergalactic emergency. I don't know how I would do the space helmet. I guess I just wouldn't. I don't think you could do a transparent thing into a transparent color, I guess. You just hold this over his head while doing him. This is an intergalactic emergency. There we go. That works. I'm Buzz Lightyear, Space Ranger. You are a toy! You are a sad, strange little man. Well, you are a toy! Have my pity. Farewell. Hey, what's this? Oh, what? What? These are plastic. He can't fly. They're a beryllium carbonic alloy, and I can fly. This isn't flying, it's falling with style. And then what? He's got like green underpants, right? Something. Got green something. I don't know. I'm not looking it up. How dare you take a spaceman's helmet on? What does he say? How dare you take off a spaceman's helmet on an uncharted planet? My eyeballs could have been sucked from their sockets. Got like purple underpants, maybe. Maybe like a green belt, purple shoes. His hat is coming off of him so much. Yeah, the the final missing piece is the helmet. I'm Buzz Lightyear, Space Ranger, Universe Protection Unit. I seem to have crash landed on an uncharted planet. Do people still use fossil fuels, or have you discovered crystallic fusion? Oh, well, we got double A's. Now I'm just Andy playing with toys. I'm just playing nice with my toys. All right, there's like another little detail that you just can't forget. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be easy to look it up and see how you draw it for real, but I think the real fun happens when you like forget a bunch of important things and you like try to make everything as good as you can from memory. That's at least my experience with Sculptor VR is the funniest thing about it. I would love to try this with friends. And now I'm gonna be Sid and have some real fun. Let's save this so we can destroy them over and over. You can do that, but that's not that fun. You know, it's more fun. Morph fun. Now we're really melting them. We're melting these guys with like a magnifier now. Oh my god. Look how melted in the microwave he got. Buzz, you gotta speak to me. Hey, Woody, who you talking to? Hi, I'm Buzz Lightyear, to infinity and beyond. Hey, look, Buzz, he's okay. And like the other toys just see this. It's like, hi guys, I'm doing fine, to infinity and beyond. Oh wow, it is Buzz. So as you can see, I'm alright. It's just putting his melted face, and it's too far away for them to tell. And it's like once a toy is like this, it's just dead, right? Well, you know, he's still moving, but he can't breathe. Sid comes in and is like, ugh, disgusting. I'm gonna blow his face off. And that's just like the end of him. And it's like that's what Buzz as a toy stops feeling. It's like, Buzz? Buzz, are you in there, buddy? Uh, Hello? And he goes like, he presses the button, is like, Buzz, is there a little life left in you? And then Sid comes back into the room and he's like, come on, let's play. And he uses his duplicator to make a million buzzes that are also already melted, blow those up, and he'll make like make infinity woodies to have to bear witness to infinity buzzes getting mutilated. Let's go home and play. It's busted. It's just every day of Sid's life. Can you tell when I'm picking my nose like that? Yes, you can now. You can even blow that up. Here, let's reload again. Make some more other characters. See, it's like, oh man, like, I kind of want to go on a little bit of a rant about Pixar. It's like Pixar's been in the news, and I guess people are seeing that the like Pixar rot has set in. I just I the only reason I'm even thinking about that is because I was looking at the sheep just now and thinking, oh, it was a cute design. It was when Pixar could still do cute things. Like it's weird how like Disney and Pixar's like 3D models are so not appealing, but they were once like this. What's going on with Pixar? Why are they circling the drain? Why are they like for generations now have kept down the artists that they hire? It's like this guy was kicked off his own movie, so they got rid of the LGBT themes that were, his idea. It's like Pixar's not your therapy session, man. Pixar is a movie company. It's like, well, yeah, maybe they shouldn't be commenting on something like that, but they could have if they had somebody who wanted to, and then they just got rid of him. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Looked at this sheep and all that came to mind. Just like this idea that like everybody wanted to work at Pixar. It was like a dream, but having a job is not really a dream. That's a weird dream to have when you could dream anything. Bah. Yeah, you count your sheep and dream your little dreams. Bah. Yeah, you make your little Pixar sheep and you pretend that Pixar never got bad. But anyway, does anybody have anything to comment on that? Because I feel like talking about that right now. It's like Lightning McQueen, good idea. What about Slinky Dog? Yeah, I can make them. But yeah, like it's 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 an awkward continued existence for Pixar. I think maybe what a lot of things changed since 2010 when they were peak, like they were at their peak, and like they made Wally, which I thought was their peak. I thought that was the best movie that they made in that era, and it's not just that it's like well written, because I think it's got problems like all of them do. It's like Wally is just like Pixar doing what they actually care about, and doing what they want to do. I don't know. I'm not like an expert. I just want to have this conversation. I think it's fine to have that live. Um, everybody probably wanted to work at Pixar. Although, like, I think without working at Pixar, you can do amazing things. You can do amazing things with not that much money, just a little investment. Do stuff without any money. Oh wait, why is she so tall? Here, let me put her face here. But yeah, like it makes me feel a little sad to to look at some of these things and say like, oh wow, look at Pixar's like look at how they used to have taste. Look at how they used to have preference. Now they barely look any different from Disney. And I wonder if it's because Pixar is just having an awkward existence. It's like the fax machine. Like, I don't know, we have Pixar AI slop at home. Do you even want Pixar anymore? It's like I think uh right now they're kind of trying to act like a technology company, but they forgot that being a technology company was where they failed, and they pivoted to a movie company. Um, and now what? I feel like OpenAI is gonna fail, and they're gonna pivot to a Pixar-like company. That's something I'm imagining that like they no longer develop the technology for well, I guess it's too late. They're already developing the technology for war and shit. Although I guess that could also be a failure. Um, I don't think they could do it though the way you know Steve Jobs bought it for that reason that he already ran technology companies into the ground. Maybe I don't actually know the full story, but he uh he seemed like he knew what to do with Pixar, and he gave them the chance. Uh, they originally were just doing research, but they hired artists and they made short films, and some of them were really good. Pixar did some really amazing stuff in the early days. Um, is she like taller than Woody? I'll put her face like there. But yeah, I guess I'm complaining about them, but also let's remember the good times. Remember the good times because like Toy Story 5 doesn't look interesting. It looks like, you know, retreading old ground. Are we being replaced? Yes. But like it feels like a lot of what made that first movie good is lost now. Like I don't see the same attitudes in these new movies. The attitude that like I don't know, we're just a bunch of geeks with something to prove. That's what Pete Docter was, right? Now people are trashing Pete Docter as like some unholy lich king, and well, probably what he deserves, but also like he started out as just like another artist, started out as just like another animator, and now it's like, well, we can't do that in our films. Like Pixar has been doing this stupid juggling act to try and justify their own existence. This is why they're having an awkward one. Like, why not just like spend a little money making them good instead of losing so much money freaking out about how they're like not this or that. Like, oh, this is not Toy Story, so it can't be anything else. Not Monsters Inc. or in The Incredibles. It's not these things that we're already done with. These things that we already covered and people got rid of and they shed them like an old toy years and years and years ago. It's like back pog form. I don't actually think I could do this character justice, but I thought that Bo Peep and her sheep are good examples of the kind of design that you can't see anymore in Pixar movies. It was a different world of like computer graphics and like demo scenes and magazines, screenshots. There was no internet. There was just like, if you were a billionaire, maybe you had the Usenet. You could download a magazine with no pictures about advancements in computer graphics. See if I can do this. Maybe, oh, here, let's try with the sword. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's working. Um, Pixar doesn't advance computer graphics anymore. I guess maybe that's been the case since they pivoted to a film company, right? Because they weren't the ones producing their own technology. They still write software for rendering, RenderMan, but it's like, how'd the rest of this go? Let's go improvise. Yeah, I don't know. We're never going to get the old Bo Peep back ever. So just do your best. We gotta get the old Bo Peep back. But how? There we go. I miss the old Joe. Yeah, I don't know about that. You can't get the old Bo Peep, the old Woody, the old Kanye. It's just the new, the new, the new. And I hate new. The new ones. The new ones. The sucky new ones that suck. We have to watch them. They make you watch them. This was Woody's girlfriend, who he said, fuck you to. Get lost. I don't need you anymore. I don't want you. How does it look? Almost pink? There we go. That's it. Perfect. It's cute. I mean, this is not exactly what she looks like in Toy Story. Also, her skin is more porcelain than that. But what I was thinking was that like they had a little bit of a different design philosophy. Um, and it if you look closely at like the characters, like their faces, like you'll see that there is very different from what Disney does. And there was a time before those styles just basically merged into one. Look back at like the old Toy Story, look at like the old short films, look at the humans. They like even the Incredibles were way less Disneyfied than the stuff that they make now. Incredibles were a little bit more like this kind of Pixar-y style. I don't know what else to call it. But yeah, I guess that's a problem, isn't it? That they lost their signature look. They used to have a kind of I guess it was probably a little bit rougher, but it also had more of a charm to it. But yeah, it makes me a little sad to see uh Pixar doing even worse than before. But it makes me feel kind of good to see people are losing faith in them finally. I've lost faith in them a long time ago, and I don't know what everybody's been waiting for. It's not the same. It's like you can't just like I don't know say that's $1 and take it at face value. Not when it's so just like I don't know completely changed. I don't know what the staff looks like exactly. But yeah, like they didn't want to be explicit about a LGBT storyline because parents are gonna have to explain that to their kids. They're gonna have to explain what just happened. Like the kid is gonna be like, "Mummy, what just happened?" And you're gonna pause Disney Plus to be like, "Well, son, I knew this day would come that we would have to have the talk." It's like kids don't notice that shit. I mean, they throw that shit in to like appear progressive, and then just a few years later they're like, "Oh, we didn't mean it." So yeah, obviously, obvious fuckingly, you didn't fucking mean it when you had two women kiss in the Lightyear movie. It's like, why'd you do that to appear progressive and to get people to buy into your stupid movie? And it didn't work. People didn't buy into it. They just got mad about that. Did not see it as progressive. It's fucking propaganda like all their other movies. It's like, look how progressive cops are. It's like the second time they've done that. It's weird. Like, give it a rest. But yeah, like there was a like a core. I think, or at least I've observed that there was like a core to like the Pixar style that has just been eroded over time. Like, even the girl from Brave, see if I can draw her. She kind of looks more like this style than the other Pixar's, or the more recent ones. Like they made a movie called Onward, and the main character looks just like the main character from the more recent Pixar movie. It was like a movie about a family, and then Disney made a movie about a family. It looks the same fucking shit. It's got like the same art style. So I've never seen this kind of modeling. It's fire. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is a VR app called Sculptor VR. I really recommend it. It's only like $20, I think. Um, I haven't been checking chat. There's a lot of spam here. Thank you for your spam. Spam, 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 lovely spam, wonderful spam. I guess if you want to get cynical, then Pixar's having the same issues as Disney, where they focus on marketability rather than actually making a good movie. But everybody says that. I guess that's what Pete Docter was saying. We're working on a movie, not therapy. We're not trying to make it marketable. Yeah, you are. That's all you're doing. You're trying to make it. Well, look, it was your idea, wasn't it, to put this guy in charge, and then you decide you don't want his ideas because you realize now that you're stupid. So why is that his fault? They obviously, yeah, like it's obvious they don't have any confidence in telling a LGBT story. Why would they? That's not the Pixar creative team is not from that kind of world. That's not their backstory. That's not their background. And I think you can try to make it, but ultimately they just are just annoyed that they have to make it. It's like Pixar. Remember when Pixar was called a boys club? They are a boys club, and boys will be boys. I don't think there's anything wrong with it being a boys club. Just admit that. If you want to alienate a lot of your audience, you should. They've been trying not to. They've been resisting that. They should admit it once and for all. They are a boys club. If you work here, you will be sexually harassed by the boys. And it's like, well, now it's just boys working here. Maybe that's how it should be. I mean, it started out with just like four guys. I don't know. It was like there's probably so much sexual harassment back in the 80s that you couldn't even get a girl into the like universities, the like only places that were teaching this stuff, or like not even teaching, just like researching this stuff. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't just boys, but over time, I guess the Pixar guys from Lucasfilm, the engineers from the animators from Disney, all these guys kind of came from the same background, and it became really apparent a few years ago when this one writer on Toy Story 4 quit because she said that women and people of color don't have an equal creative voice at Pixar. It's something they've been saying for years. That's a boys' club. Is it wrong for me to say it should be a boys' club? I don't think that means I support anything Lasseter did. I think he was wrong to fuck up all those movies. He fucked up Brenda Chapman's movie. He put a man in charge of her movie. That is the wrong move. That is stupid as hell. I think if you're gonna run a boys' club, it has to be, I don't know, it has to equally favor the girls, I guess. I don't know. Well, because they said that she is part of their senior creative team, the Pixar Brain Trust, and like, they you can't just like kick somebody off their own movie and say that about them, that like you trust what they say. It's clearly they're clearly not giving equal uh creative control to everybody who works at Pixar. And you know, the people who are still there, they probably just, don't want to lose their job, because like even the boss can lose his job. Even the boss lost his job, and it's not like Iger, who probably would never do anything like what Lasseter did. They could actually get rid of Lasseter, and it's been really awkward before, during, and after getting rid of Lasseter. It's been awkward for them. I mean, things have been bad for decades at Pixar. I think they've had an awkward existence ever since Joe Ranft died. They've been unable to really bring that level of like story back without him. And it's nobody's fault. He's dead, but it's just, I don't know, one of the things, probably not the only thing, but one of the things keeping Pixar from being themselves is that some of the key people are gone or they died. And even Lasseter was probably key in some way. They consider the what is his name? The guy who voices Ham, the pig, John Ratzenberger. They consider him to be key. They've put him in every single Pixar movie. He's probably the only person who's worked on all of them. Or maybe at this point he's worked on most of them. Maybe he hasn't actually been in all of them anymore. But I feel like Joe Ranft was key. Doesn't really look like Merida, but I'll do my best. Yeah, that's the wrong color. It used to be orange. But yeah, it's true that the women don't have an equal voice, and I think a lot of the men are treated that exact way too. It's weird when there's billions of dollars involved. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars making these movies to the point where they make one like every 6 months now. It's they're just cranked out, and that's not good. What do they even care about? It used to feel every time like Pixar made a movie, it was like, oh wow, they got something. They have something to say here. And now it's just like, what is Toy Story saying? Is Toy Story 5 is like just like complaining about technology. Like just complaining about their own withering and their own awkward existence. And it used to be that people couldn't just make computer graphics at home, and now that they can, that's a good thing. It looks awful. Well, this is what happens when you give the project to a man. Makes it ugh. That movie was tarnished thanks to John Lasseter. Brave could have been better, but we weren't allowed. We weren't allowed to see the good version of Braid, or not Braid, Brave, the bear and the bow. It was called Brave because John Lasseter was doing a fucking stupid thing. Right, it was. It was all meddling. It was like first it was called The Bear and the Bow, which, admittedly that's kind of a long title for a movie. The other Pixar movies aren't quite as wordy, but it doesn't follow the Pixar movie title conventions. It follows the like annoying Disney convention: Frozen, Tangled, Brave, something, one word thing. I don't know, like, and then like that's further evidence of that is that like the brave character got 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 shoved in with all the fucking Disney princesses, even though she's a Pixar cartoon. It's not actually trying to say the same thing. It's not actually Disney's version of this narrative. It's her own, but they don't even understand the meaning of their own movies, and that's why it was ruined. But yeah, you remember being excited for it before it came out. I saw the design of the dad and the dogs. I was like, this movie looks great. And then it came out and it was just like, well, I expected a little more from it. It seemed very formulaic, very cynically Disney. But either way, great character designs. Oh, it's so fucked up. But yeah, I watched that movie and I watched it again. And it was like every time I watch it, it's like, ugh, it's as ruined as I remember. Let's see what people are saying. Don't give a guy's project to a gal. Don't give a gal's project to a guy. That's yeah. I mean, at least let him finish it before you give it to someone else for them to reinterpret. Like, shouldn't the sequel be the one where it's like, all right, let's switch? That would be fine, I think. But that's because it's like playing off of what that person came up with. When you keep it behind closed doors and release it as somebody else's movie, they don't even have a chance to express what they were trying to say. So who else? Oh yeah, there's Slinky. He's cute. I love Slink. So loyal, even though Woody's so bad. We believe you, Wood. Buddha has never steered us wrong before. Oh, he's the sweetest. Yeah, like look at characters like Slinky. It's just like the most adorable characters. Pixar used to get it, and I feel like they don't think they could do this anymore. They think they're not able to just make a simple basic little character anymore and have that come to life and call that a movie. because now the order is too high. It needs to do everything different. It needs to do everything the same but different. Like I don't know. I don't know. I think it's good for me to just like be an independent artist because I don't have that expectation really. I do have people know my work, but I think it's a little different from when there's like $1 million billion involved. They have like an audience that has an expectation, and well, I like to go against my audience's expectations. I think they're expecting something unexpected. That's fun. Sometimes there's a dog, sometimes there's a cat. Hey, what do you want? What do you want me to tell you? Days you're feeling dog, some days you're feeling cat. This is also really off model, but that's fun. That's fine and fun. Fun allowed. Look how silly. Silly doggy. He's so cute. Oh, I love him. Like, oh, you don't think I meant to push Buzz out the window. You don't think I meant to hit him with this sword and cut his head off. We believe you, Woody. Or I saved, right? Yeah, I think so. Let's save again. Look how big the dog. How big this is. Yo. Oh. Let's see. What are people saying about the conversation? Yeah, let me try to summarize or reiterate. Uh Pixar had a really cute art style back in the day. And it started with Toy Story. Well, it started before that. Tin Toy was also pretty cute. See if I can draw him. Tinny. Sad little guy. Got a little drum. Little tin drum. And his eyes glow. He's so cute. He's got like a little red cylinder hat. Yeah, like that. How does that look? Cute. And what about his clothing? Probably wears like band attire. Yeah, I don't remember. I think he rolls. He's got wheels, right? Might be the best we're gonna get. But then they had that creepy baby, and that was like the first human they did. And it's like if you look at the really appealing art of the toy compared to the on purpose disturbing looking baby, it's like this is kind of they had those two art styles combined, and now they have a sort of cute, sort of disturbing looking baby. They combined to make a weird baby. We draw the gross baby. It can't be any more disturbing than the real one. Elmer, I'm hunting rabbits. Uh, yeah, it's really strange that they started out with like the humans were really upsetting looking. Then they got pretty good at making humans, and now they're kind of upsetting looking again. I don't know. Baby with one tooth. The guy has no teeth, but one tooth is funnier. One tooth and one hair. What happened? I guess Pixar's relevance has dropped. Um, nobody's excited really about the next Pixar movie. It's just like they have the captive audiences. It's the same strategy with Star Wars, where it's like you'll see it. You fools will see it. You'll see it no matter what. It's like they keep on doing that years and years after like Toy Story 3 was supposedly the conclusion, and like never fall for that one again. I'll definitely never fall for that shit again. That like when something says this is the conclusion, we tie it all up in a nice knot. It's like, well, they're gonna open that diaper back up years later, and it's gonna stink. Diaper ass. My baby is less creepy, actually. Why have they gone back to making movies about people? Like the whole reason I watch anime things is because there's less humans. It's a good point. They used to make movies about toys and about animals. I guess they did just release a movie about animals, but like um their movie last year, Elio, which is now in the news. Let me draw him hanging out Merida with a big arrow pointed at him. It's like the doctors like we're making a movie, not therapy. It's not your therapy. This isn't your therapy session, asshole. Go back to the army base. You love it so much. Like, oh, they didn't kick him out of Pixar. They kicked the artist off the project though. And then and then he transferred to Coco 2. Sounds like such a nothing movie. They're just making sequel after sequel. They don't give a shit. Care. I have, long since believed that they don't care. Although a couple of more personal movies did get made, like Turning Red, and they don't have any desire in doing more of that. They kind of just like sideline the release for all these movies, and it seems like the new one we're talking about, Molina, who created the was it Elio. He had a more personal version of the story in mind, and then he left over creative differences, which in other words is they gave him too many notes and he just gave up and quit. Like we're not making Steven fucking Universe here. And then he looks at it and it says Steven fucking Universe. Like, oh shit. We gotta fix this. It's the noise. But like, yeah, Elio doesn't look anything special. It looks like Elio's pizza reheated reheated cartoon substance. He's making a kind of like CalArts Steven Universe face. I mean, that doesn't mean it couldn't be anything special, but it just doesn't look like it is anything special because and a big reason is probably because they didn't actually have the guy who wrote the story do the story. Would it have been less generic? Yes. Would it have been better? That I don't know because there's still plenty of meddling, and I feel like some of these artists still don't really know how to fight for what they're. Well, also like if you're just like if your whole experience is working at Pixar, then you don't have the I don't know. It's just Steven. It's just two-dimensional Steven. I don't know. Like you're not given a choice. It feels so weird because like when you get a Pixar job, you're supposed to be like, oh wow, finally the honor. And it's like then the more you work there, the more you realize that your contributions are going to be minimized and sidelined in favor of giving Brad Bird another movie or some shit. Um, your own movie is going to be ripped away from you and given to him or somebody who's also been there for a long time. It's like I thought this was a good job. What the fuck? I don't know what to tell you, man. Capitalism, and I know capitalism. Just saying the word capitalism is kind of a cliche, but I'll try to be clear. There was once a time when capitalism was something you need to get animations done. Are we still in that time? Maybe, but I think it's coming to an end. Um, like look at like something like Snow White or Bambi. So you couldn't make that yourself. You need money. You need a whole team, and a whole team needs money. Look at how much work went into Fantasia. You need a big group of people who are really really well trained and probably well paid. Or actually, maybe not. But either way, you needed a big company to make it look like you were paying those people. But like it feels like the big company just gets in the way every time now. It something that used to be part of the whole experience, like there's a scarcity of these things. There's only a certain number of hours in the day to animate. There's only a certain number of theaters. There's only a certain number of seats in theaters, and we gotta charge this much, that much in order to finance these things. Um, it feels like capitalism was once your friend, or at least not your friend, but like you're willing to put up with it because it gets it done. What's it getting done now? It just loses hundreds of millions of dollars on these movies, on this Elio, this neutered cartoon. And it's like, why aren't we? I don't know. I guess we are mad, but like, I don't know, maybe the wrong reasons. We gotta be madder. Also, I messed that up. He's supposed to be holding that like this. I'm not fixing it. But yeah, like they saw this fail and they thought, all right, Monsters Inc. 3. It was actually their fault, the fucking old guy's fault that it failed because they neutered the movie. They kicked the guy off again. And yeah, we fell for it again because we thought that after Lasseter left, maybe we get some real leadership around here. Maybe some people who don't hug us. And it turns out that's all we got is somebody who doesn't hug us. That's all you get. That's the lowest. That's where the bar is. Bar is that low. It's the same fucking type of leadership. There's just like this failing, all of these failure ideas, like these stupid fucking movies that were like The Good Dinosaur, neutered, Ratatouille. That one did well despite being neutered. Uh, then there was like what else? What am I forgetting? There was well, Cars wasn't the original creator. He didn't direct it. I don't know if he was necessarily taken off of it, but that just became John Lasseter's thing. And for years, I thought he came up with that. He didn't even come up with the Cars. He's a fraud. But Pete Docter did the like Up movie. He did Monsters Inc. Let's give us some Solly. This is probably going to make the scene really slow. Yeah. But like yeah, like it seemed like for a long time, uh every time Pixar had something, they had something. And it's okay that they don't have it anymore. But why are we still letting them operate if they don't have it anymore? We shouldn't even be seeing those movies. Don't go to Toy Story 5. Like they are a sexist, homophobic company. I think they should just be that. Well, I don't know. They can't return to their former glory. Um, there is none of that. There's none left. I don't know though, cause like I'm thinking about more. It's like maybe there is like something like a beating heart. I guess it's like in my mind they could probably fix their problems if they went independent. They were independent, and then they got bought, and ever since they got bought out, they suck. Maybe they could get back if they stopped being bought. Unbuy yourselves. Just buy the company back. That would be a better use of your money. Well, it probably costs them like $4 billion if it's even worth that much. And who the hell has that? Probably some asshole will buy the company. Disney don't want to sell it because Toy Story movies still make money. So prepare for more decades of slopified Pixar shit. Many more decades. Gross, Sully. They had something to prove, and they had a lot of research going on. Um, and now what are they doing? They were researching shit like how to make a character hairy, how to make a character seem alive when they're just a box. Stuff that I don't know. They had an identity when doing all that. Is there any hope for them? They would have to get sold because Disney is the only. I don't think Disney's gonna sell them. They somebody who works there gonna buy the company back? I think that would be best, honestly. The company is gonna go anywhere. It has to get out of Disney. Disney's ruining them. Uh, and this is maybe the first time I thought about it like this. That like maybe there's actually hope. If they weren't owned by Disney anymore, I'd fucking get a job there. Or I would, I'd plead with them to fucking hire me, because Disney sucks. And if they had any sense, they would stop working with them. Disney is the whole fucking reason why everyone hates them right now, because they sold their souls. Is it too late? It might be too late. Might be stuck holding the Pixar bag. There's maybe, not a whole lot you need Pixar for now. And look what I'm doing right now. This couldn't be done by Pixar 30 years ago when they were in their prime. They were doing stuff with actual clay. I suppose now they might be doing stuff like this, but it's not really an environment of like passion and creativity anymore. You can just tell from their movies. It's like there's no fucking passion. There's no purpose or point to any of the shit that they do. Toy Story 98. It's always just like, I don't know, million Toy Stories. I like, uh, there was a time when like a new Pixar movie meant they had a new concept because they were going to tackle something or address something, something that inspires, something that inspires wonder. They had the monsters under the bed myth to mess with, and they messed with it. And they had what if your toys come to life? They had what are animals saying to each other and all that kind of shit. Um, but yeah, like even the Incredibles kind of broke that formula. It's like just about superheroes. It's just about like human beings, and except that all of these things are connected to like the technological experiments they're running. Like that's every one of these things is tied to an experiment. The first movie they made, they couldn't get the humans looking realistic enough, so they made it about toys. It was part of the experimenting, and then they wanted to get a character with fur, so they did this guy, and that was also they had to run lots of tests, but it was necessary to make this character happen. Then Incredibles, they wanted to try making real looking humans and have the humans as the main characters for once. And they got what they wanted there too, with, experimenting, research, development, trying and failing. All this stuff was the process. But and I remember reading an article about this in 2010. Since 2010, they've not had that problem where they needed to try and fail and experiment and run tests and research. I mean, I guess they probably still come up with stuff like that. I'm sure they still update RenderMan. But what I read was that by Toy Story 3, they were able to get everything they needed out of the technical department. They It was the first time that the technical department was able to give them everything that they wanted. And I wonder if that kind of helped in taking away their purpose by having less and less to do that was difficult. The snow and Frozen, which was made after that, was a big challenge, but that was made by Disney, not Pixar. So I suppose that at some point Pixar and Disney just started sharing each other's work, and now it's contributed to this whole like same exact art style with the some very minor differences. There we go. Here's the big guy. Let's give him his iconic eyes, iconic small eyes. They're being run into the ground just like Monsters Inc. was being run into the ground. What do you think? Does this guy look like he would kidnap 1,000 children before he let this company die? How about if I give him big devil horns? How about now? I think now, yeah. It's so scary. It's so freaky now. Oh my god. They're no longer selling watching individual movies. They're selling time wasted watching any of their movies and selling it for cheap. Yeah, that's kind of how the streaming services work, isn't it? They're just calculating time watched. It's basically time people spend in the bathroom while the movie plays to nobody. I believe more companies would be better if it was employee owned. In Germany, there's party co-determination, a rule that requires sites to 50% employee owned at a certain threshold of 2,000 employees. That's really interesting. They might keep the politics a little less one-sided that way. Originally, Pixar was a contract where they had to make like 10 movies or something, and sequels didn't count, so they had to make new and unique things that also earn money to keep going. Whoa. That's right. That's right. They had, oh, wow. I didn't even think of that. But things were really different when they had that contract. They made a deal with Disney that said that sequels don't count, meaning that if they had to make 10 movies with Disney, they can do Toy Story 2, 3, 4, and 5 all they want. Doesn't count. Hmm. Weird. I didn't even think about that part. They had a deal that sequels didn't count. Yeah, so therefore they had to come up with stuff constantly. Uh Very interesting. So now sequels are the only things that count, but they will never be free. Uh, so yeah, they needed Disney's capital, but now I think their capital is what's making them bland and shit, making them really bad. That's where I stand. That they are a boys club. They did totally ruin those other movies, but maybe that's not what I'm criticizing them for. Maybe that's just a convenient way. I mean, they made that stupid short Pearl to address the fact that Pixar is a boys club, and I don't know what it's even saying because you know it never stopped being like that. Or I guess it did, but it's like now it's just like full of boys who like resent the shit out of the fucking yarn balls that work here. Like, why is it boys and yarn balls? Are women just yarn balls? Just like they're like I thought like at the end of that it shows that Pixar or sorry, Boys Incorporated or whatever it is has hired a bunch like the story is that it's like a office where everybody there is like a human man, right? This is called Pearl, like with a U. And like this office where everyone's a human man is just like the same human man. It's like the universal man, generic human guy object character from Pixar movies. And then a new employee comes in, it's a ball of yarn, like a walking, talking ball of yarn with eyes. And she's like left out of everything because she's yarn. And it's like, these are my experiences working at Pixar. I thought it would be my dream job, but now I'm sad. And then in the end, I think she like tries acting more like them, and they start to accept her, but then like in the end, she can't help who she is, and the company just hires more balls of yarn. It's like more balls of yarn. It's like there's other balls of yarn there now. It's like I don't know. I thought maybe it would be better if there was like other things that they hired. Like I don't know, they hire like a sentient like a sentient microwave. I don't fucking know. Like there's like all kinds of things working here now, not just humans and balls of yarn, but like I don't know, a bag of golf clubs. This is just like there's just like a traffic code is working here now. Like that's how I thought the ending was gonna go, but no, it's just more balls of yarn. It's like you're like clapping your hands while making a tweet. More Pixar employees should be balls of yarn. It's like, oh, but don't worry, the balls of yarn are in every color of the rainbow. So I guess they're all women though, because men are men and women are balls of yarn. Here's Pixar's trajectory. It started out with like this little fucker, this a terrible little sheep, and eventually ended up with just like these weird grinning balls of yarn who are like, balls of yarn can make cartoons too. It's my therapy. And it's like eventually the CEO says, okay, we're not letting you do your therapy anymore. And everyone's mad at him, and they should be mad at him because you've also been doing your fucking therapy in your movies, like, and everybody's said this already, but like Pixar movies love being your therapy because they don't think you deserve real therapy. And it's like, hey guys, I'm not a human being like you, but that doesn't mean you should treat me any different. I can be just like you too. When when do I start? I'm a ball of yarn. She just looks like a braid. She have like a a ribbon, like just in case you thought for a second maybe it was like a boy ball of yarn. Sure is a lot of work carrying this big box all by myself. But I don't need any help. See? I can do it. Just empty. There's just nothing in it. And it's like, yeah. And that is like a small deal, but it's standing out like a sore thumb. The way it's taking up all this space now. It's like, oh boy, now we have to deal with this nonsense. Like the old fuckers at Pixar are looking at this with contempt because it's like, you know, I forced you to do this. And it's like, we know. Also, you have to put my baby into the next movie. My baby is going to be the next Pixar star. Disney just gives them more generic 3D characters and says, how much money can you make with these before it's no longer worth it to animate them? Oh, yeah. Give them a red dot? What, like a laser? Like a sniper is gonna shoot at them? Here, let's save, and then we can fuck some of these guys up. Very not. Yeah, it got saved. All right. You got friend in me. It just ends there. Oh wow. Took a second for it all to come back. Yeah, it's it's a little delayed because there's so much to calculate. But yeah, Pixar had a good run, but are they toast now, or maybe it's not over? It they have to stop being owned by Disney. That's my new position. That Pixar hasn't completely lost it. They've just given it all away, and they need to take it back. It's like, imagine if they lost $100 million on a movie like before they were owned by uh, Pixar, or before they were owned by Disney. They would have been mortified. But like, they can do that now. They can lose as many hundreds of millions of dollars as they want. They don't give a shit. They don't have to give a shit. They're not paid enough to give a shit. Your doctor doesn't care about your therapy or $100 million. That would be so interesting if Pixar was employee owned. I mean, I guess you could make a new Pixar where it's employee owned, but I'm sure Pixar employees have tried that. I'm sure it's gone nowhere. Why is that not blowing up? There we go. All right. Who else do I have to make a model of? Um, what other Pixar movie bombed? I know. This one with the dinosaur. I didn't see this one, but it was not the good. The good dinosaur was not the good. Looks like Play-Doh. Yeah, I mean Pixar still has a lot of power, right? Well, maybe not. Wondering because like, going back to my original thought that they have an awkward continued existence, and so does capitalism. Capitalism is struggling to justify itself more and more, and one of the ways that it could was by making impressive animated films. And when was the last fucking time they did that? When was the last time you were blown away by an animation? It's like, I'm an animator, and I admit that like these things we do are like magic tricks, and you eventually can't just keep doing the same trick. You have to keep moving on and moving up, and have something new to show off. And well, unfortunately for Pixar, they don't really have a whole lot new that they're willing to show. What they're what they make and what they actually produce are two different things. They have new people there who want to make their like, personal therapy films, and then they are like, "Hey, we just care about money actually. We only care about money." So, we're not making $100 million therapy for you fucking stunted millennials. I mean, he didn't say that, but he probably should have. He would have at least been honest. Was he talking? Was he talking about your therapy, his therapy, my therapy? He's talking about creators therapy, right? I don't even know anymore. I think people are mad for the wrong reasons. I think people are right to be mad, but I don't know if like we're all mad at the same stuff. Like, maybe it is wrong to just like put your exact situation and your exact story into a Pixar movie. Maybe that's something that you would be better off making independently because then you'd have 100% control over it. You'd be able to make it a comic if it was yourself. But like when you're playing with $100 million, well, I don't want to agree with Pete Docter because he doesn't know what he's talking about. I think that on one hand, the LGBT stuff in Elio could have been really forced and ham-handed. On the other hand, it could be the only thing that is keeping their movies fresh in any way is that we have these new perspectives. Um, I feel like it would have probably been bad if they'd kept it that way, but only because there would be meddling no matter what. There would have been meddling in it anyway. There's supposedly gay seeds. It's like they did it in Beauty and the Beast. They did it in Turning Red the exact same way, where like someone dances with someone of the same sex for 1/2 of a second. It's like, what are these fucking LGBT victories in Disney movies? They hate you. They don't like gay people. They never did. They never will. And they'll be like, oh, the subtext here is that they're gay, but they'll never come out and say it. And I don't think we should be trying to force them to. I think we should rather instead acknowledge that they're an evil company. Anyway, I need to take this off my head for a second. It's been a long time since the 40s, but I think maybe back then you could totally justify something like capitalism with something like Fantasia. Although Fantasia lost a lot of money too. Yeah, but it was still good that they made it. They pulled a lot of resources into that. Just have a snack, some water. Let's see, what are people talking about? We Sorry, Pearl. I know you have a nice box, but let's point this at some of the other shit I made. Let's look back, like Pixar only looks back. See, it's in the distance now. But remember looking back, that was fun too. But yeah, like they've done that so fucking long ago that now it's just like you're looking back at looking back. Remember the perfect ending? Like here's my impression of like a Facebook post. Remember the perfect ending of Toy Story 3 that had panned up to the clouds and showed that it was a definitive ending to the series, a conclusion? Well, not anymore. They're all back for action. Those fucking cowards. I mean, I doubt their ability to look forward, but also maybe if Disney was actually finally out of the picture, things would be different. I don't know. This is the first time I've thought about it. Like, Pixar, buy your freedom. Be free. Be independent. They were once. You know, they had backing by a big rich guy like Steve Jobs, but they were still an independent studio. Steve Jobs was ousted. He was out at Apple. They didn't want him. He was too wacko. And he did something bonkers, like start a movie company. He bought a failing technology company, and he turned it into a successful movie company. And Disney turned it into Disney movies. They made billions of dollars. It was great. They made good movies that made money. Um, but like this was all in a time when it was considerably risky to do something like that. It was like nobody really proved it yet that you can make money this way. So they were all expecting to lose billions of dollars. Like this is why they had Disney, because they didn't have that much money. They didn't have $200 million at Pixar, or Toy Story probably costs a lot less than that. That's what they cost now. Cost like two, three, 400 fucking $1 million. I don't get it. It's like you could give that to me. Give that to raccoons. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see what people are saying. The companies are running off the misconception that they have no competition for people's attention. Hmm. They they think that like it's still 2001 and the only game in town, or like they think it's still the console wars. They think it's, the newest movie Hoppers kind of looks like DreamWorks movie to me. I feel like they still act like they're competing with DreamWorks. They seem kind of lost. I'm a lost toy. I don't know what to say. If you just joined, welcome. I'm just ranting about Pixar. I need to get some of this shit off my chest. Put the headset on first. Sorry for the record scratching. Wicca, wicca, wicca. My cables are all entangled. Oh yeah, this is bad. Gotta take this off again. Is it? Here we go. Are you winning, son? Meowy cute. Meowy cute. Meowy cute. Yeah. Cat. Pissar. Yeah, Pissar. John ruined Pixar in 2018. It was ruined before that. It's been ruined since like 2011. They made Cars 2 in 2011. That's how old you are. Oh yeah, speaking of which, make Cars. Hell, let's make two. I don't know. What do I do? I think we're just running out of space. Running out of memory finally. Or maybe if I go far away from Sully, it'll let me draw over here. Meowie meow. Meowie meow. Meowie 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 meow. Oh meow meow meow. Meow meow meowie meowie meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Meowie 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 meow. Meowie cute. Meowie cute. Meowie 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 cute. That's it. The trunk. And then wheels. And then I guess uh, let me do a different color for his windows. The front is gonna be like eye collared. They're like white. He's got like car teeth. There we go. That's one car. Now let's make another. A much worse one. A much worse sequel to that first one. Hey, here's a tow truck, not a pickup truck. Does he have a back like that? Yeah, because it has to contain the towing implement. Oh wait, that's not how I want to do this. This is gonna make him really lumpy, but that's kind of what I was thinking. Make like a really crappy, squiggly version of it into this crappy wireframe I've made. Then use the blob or whatever. Use the expand tool to just merge them into one. And in your world, you can make anything you want. Even tomater. Even tomater. Gad gum. Doggy I likes that. Gadly Bob howdy. Now is the deflate plate is like deflate it and then deflate it. Yeah, Pixar had already made bad moves years and years ago, decades ago, when they made a movie about this motherfucking car. Is, he's a character, but why did they have to make a movie about him? Anybody like one of those fucking old good old boys comedy tour or whatever. Can't even tell which is his front and which is his back. You just give him two faces. You got troubles. I got 'em too. I care more about me than you. At some point, John Lasseter was just like, that. That's it. That's the real America. This toothless hillbilly. And then just put him in all of his movies. Yeah, he's real beat up looking. Give him his toe cable. There he is. There's his cable. And a hook and a cable. Good enough. Don't want to spend any more time working on Toe Vader. Do you think a child liked Mater so much they pursued the career of being a tow truck driver? Yeah, I think so. I think they started right then and there. I've been tow trucking since I was in diapers. Mater was there. He changed me. Literally. I'm using the OG Vive. I was wondering how can you set it up so you set down the headset without losing tracking of the controllers? Are you always running Steam VR when pupping in Blender? Yeah. Yeah, I am. The uh the headset is being tracked while I'm doing that, and it launches Steam VR. It'd be great if I could just like not use the headset. I'm sure that would save a lot on resources. What's with the autistic CG? It's called Pixar, actually. Oh, this dinosaur's cute. I miss when Pixar. I guess I'm the Pixar now. Just by being, I've become the Pixar. I'm Raxip. Two buds. I love. You're my best buddy. Come here. Hang on. Do that again. Come here, buddy. I gotcha. I gotcha, Mikey. I'm never letting go, you know. This is John. John with Pixar is never letting go. This is everyone with Pixar. They're never letting go. Never letting go, Mikey. You know too much, Mikey. I'd kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die. Yeah, I don't know. They start out as so cute, and then they become so sinister so fast. Pixar's Pixar was just playing with toys, and now it's just like, well, we obviously can't do that in $100 trillion picture. It's like I've noticed something that like companies used to brag about how much money they spent on stuff, and now it's bad form. Now it's like, yeah, we know you spent $100 million. It's not a mystery anymore how much people spend. It's like every single film Wikipedia page has that written down what they spent on it. It's something you know about the movie without knowing anything else. So like at this point, it's like, wow, $100 million, huh? That sounds like a lot of money wasted, and it is. They don't want us to think that, but you know we don't get to think that if the movie does well, only if it does bad. So what's next for Pixar? When are they gonna make Monsters Inc. 7? I don't even know what this is. It's not even a Pixar character anymore. I don't know. They used to be like the big honking bird, and now they're more like the shitty little birds. Big stupid goofy ass bird who makes everybody embarrassed because different. All these birds who hate each other anyway. They're like, man, fuck this other bird. He sucks. He's the problem, really. The different one. Yeah, we should be the same, not different. Now that's just like what they are. Pixar is for the birds now. For the birds. They did a film for the birds where a bunch of nasty little fucker birds are all just arguing senselessly. They're just pecking at each other. And then suddenly this big weird bird comes along. And they stop pecking each other to start trying to like exclude this other bird from their wire that they're all standing on. I like the characterizations a lot in this film because there's no dialogue, but you still get everything you need out of it that tells the story. That like these birds aren't even happy. They don't even like being like this. They just think that there's no other way to be. And it's like once they see a bird that looks like this, they feel that way more strongly. A big goofy looking bird, a big bird. It looks a little like Big Bird. He's kind of goofy looking like that. But the message is that it's okay to be different. You know, maybe it's not okay to be the same because look how unhappy these birdies are. They're all mad at each other. And then when there's somebody weird, they're like, "Hey, somebody we can blame. We can blame this guy for us being all unhappy little bastards." They can evolve and they refuse to. Like Pikachu will not will not take the fucking will not take the Thunderstone and turn into Raichu just to win a battle. Although maybe that's a bad example. Pixar should have evolved and they have stayed the same. And now they're just kind of like ranting about that in their newest Toy Story movie about how, we stayed the same and the world changed and now something, iPad bad, make it go away, make it stop. Eh. What color was his beak? Maybe a few colors, something like that. That's good enough. And he makes a noise like ah. And he kind of he's like the same color as them, but he doesn't fit in. And these birds also have red beaks. Or maybe they have orange beaks. All these birds are merged into each other. See if I can fix that. Take a pointy, go like that. There we go. That's great. Picked that eye over there, but it might not matter since giving them all eyebrows anyway. It's pretty good. It's not bad. All these mean and mad birdies, but despite how it looks, they love being miserable. They love being mad and sucking at life. love hating each other and everyone else. They love hating you and each other. Because like, if Disney stopped expecting this from them, they would change. They would not need to make $100 million because they would also not be allowed to lose $100 million. Right now they are because Disney says, "Oh, it's just $100 million." Who fucking cares? It's like it would be an outrage if Pixar lost $100 million on their own, being an independent studio. They'd be immediately closed down, but they have Disney's money, which they shouldn't have in the first place. It's all about money, money, money. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Silly bird. I think they used to resemble this goofy bird. Now they more closely resemble these mean little birds. That's like, hey, what do you, out of place looking bird, think you're doing here in our spot between us? It's like nobody asked you. We only pretended to like you as a joke. Now get the hell out of here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even being like, claps hands between every word. More gay storylines in Pixar movies. I don't think that. I just think like, if they had something to say, that's at least anything. They had anything to say from a personal standpoint, like from within. It's not just like some committee approved the iPad complaining about iPad movie. It's like, oh yeah, my kids also use their iPad too fucking much. It's like let's make a movie about it to yell at them. It's like Pixar presents stop using your fucking iPad before you turn into a gay frog. Here, let me draw the giant looming threat. Here's the Fweek and Floggy. Technology bad, which is why we're an evil tech company too. The frog is like, "Hi, I'm Mr. Fweakenfwog. What's be fweds? See, I'm nice. I'll hold the squid for you, 'cause I'm that kind of guy. 'Cause I'm a nice guy. These are my froggy hands. See? Oh, am I blocking the squid a little bit? Sorry. Nothing you can do. Aren't I better than toys? Aren't I a looming threat? Buzz! There's a giant living threat behind you! Where? No, you idiot! That one! Where? No, you idiot! That one! Where? Not there. Yeah. I think this is really good. I really like this one. Back when Pixar still had an identity. But also it's interesting because when they had their identity, they were also kind of just figuring shit out. Here, let me kill Mater. Whoops. Kill Mater again. We kill the giant freaking frog. Just trying to clear the space so I can take a photo of all this birds. Or here, I got a better idea. I'll do a save as. Then I'll dress the set a little bit. Save copy. Now I can go ham, destroying everything that isn't the birds. Oh. I didn't save the flog. Save again. That Woody face is just permanently there. It's so creepy. Sorry. Sorry, I just like punched the microphone as hard as I could. Get really itchy when doing this. I have to scratch sometimes. The burn on the electrical wire Twitter moment. Yeah, yeah, they're just like Twitter. They're those ugly little shitty little bluebirds. And they're just like people on Twitter too. Shitty gossiping little bastards, little bird brains. And it doesn't look right. The glowing doesn't look right either though. Hey, go away, camera. I don't want you here. Alright, well, I guess the camera is here because it's glitched. Okay, now it's gone. That's not blue enough. Um, yeah, that's can't really get close enough. I guess I'll just crop it later. The focus? Anyway, Pixar's for the birds. Basically, everything I've been saying so far could be summed up as Pixar's for the birds. Oh my god. You are a curse. To this curse. Cursed. Just here. Just lives here. Hey, it's Dogman. I can draw a Dogman. My little nephew loves Dogman. You know what? This actually kind of relates back to what I was saying that like Pixar movies are kind of for adults, and there's no fun. There's no fun at all. I've been reading children's books with my nephew, and they're way more fun than any like Disney movie has been in years. It's just like some of these books are like really like I don't know, they're like really simple. They got cute, simple little drawings like Dogman. They're quaint. There's a quaintness to them. They're books, not big Hollywood blockbuster movie. Well, Dogman is, but before he was just a book. And I feel like some of the humor in these books is like I don't know, like why is it that like one person can do it in a big company? I guess it's like the big company is supposed to be wielded by the one person. The whole idea of directing a movie is that they say, here's the budget, you get to do this, you know, you get to sit in the throne. It's like if you don't actually get to sit in the throne, it's always just the same fucking guy who got there 30 years before you did. It's always going to be fucking terrible. It's always going to be fucking mediocre. Like Pete Doctor, like now everybody's focusing on him. It's like what went wrong? Why can't he get out of the way? It's because I don't know. He shouldn't have been in the way in the first place. He was just hired to be an animator a long ass time ago. It doesn't make him fit for leadership. And John Lasseter wasn't fit for leadership. They put him in charge of like Disney's creative whatever, and ran that shit into the ground. And people thought he was a genius, but he was really just like I don't know. He was cutting all the limbs off of Pixar and giving them to Disney. And now it's just like now they're just like a bunch of fucked up Sid's toys. They draw that really fucked up Sid's toy. Oh yeah, there's another part. There's another thing. It's like, you know, these movies are sanitized. Like you wouldn't see anything like this in a Pixar movie today, probably. This creepy baby head on a spider body. And nowadays you'll you'll see that come up on like a Facebook post. Like your grandma is gonna post like, can you believe they got away with this in a kids movie? Can you believe this is just for kids? Can you believe this is a family film? Like, it's like they used to do all kinds of shit in G-rated movies, and I don't know, became too shitty about that. And it's like, yeah, it is a kids movie. Just because it has those dark themes doesn't make it not a kids movie. You're all just like consuming entertainment for children your entire adult lives. It's like you could say it all you want. You could repeat that to yourself, but like that's not gonna make it not a thing for kids or like it was a thing for when you were a kid. It's like doesn't somehow retroactively become darker and edgier. Like it's like you shouldn't try to make things darker and edgier just to make them appeal to you now. Like they start putting sex into Sonic games. It's like you're just like appealing to the same people as they grow older. It's like leave us alone. This is not too scary for a Disney movie. I don't think so. Or I guess it is too scary, but I don't know. There's something like I don't know. It didn't do anything. It was good to have things like this. Didn't give me nightmares or anything. Or it gives some kids nightmares, but it's like you can't even control that. You can't control what gives kids nightmares. Really fucking normal shit in movies gives kids nightmares. How do you do the dog of wisdom voice? It's really easy. It's just and ba 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 da ba da bobstica. Wake the dog. Wake a dog. Can you wake a dog? I'm a dog. It's weird because like it feels like the fucking Pixar guy. He feels like he doesn't even have control of his own studio, but he's the one in charge. It's like don't blame the LGBTs for losing control. That's like what he's doing. He's like priming people to blame you for needing a movie to give them therapy when he's already been doing that for his whole fucking career. Don't fall for it. This is some anti DEI shit. This is some political intimidation of a movie studio. And the studio is like, okay, you could intimidate us. But they don't have any backbone. They're Pixar. They could stand up for this, but they won't because Disney. Because Disney doesn't give a shit. Is this something we can make happen? Pixar become Pixar again. Pixar become independent because I I don't know. I kind of thought things were just over for Pixar, but it feels like on the other hand, it's yearning to evolve. It's, it's yearning to allow women and Canadians to make their own movie about being a woman and Canadian. Is it yearning to evolve, or is it yearning to split off? Because that could also happen. Are we gonna see a splitting off, or is the time for that over? Maybe the time for studios is over in general. I think whatever happens, not to Pixar, but just like to the art form in general, whatever happens, I think we do need to be forward thinking about it. We need to evolve, even if it means listening to some gay story about being gay. It's like, like when Pixar started, they definitely would not entertain the idea. Now they will let you get as far as pitching and creating it, and then later squeezing you out of it when they realize that they'll get in trouble with too many of their psycho fans if they do it your way. Um, but like they definitely wouldn't have even started working on something if they knew it was going to be gay. Although I don't know, maybe in the time before they were owned by Disney, they might have. Did they include any gay characters in the first Toy Story? Are there any gay relationships in that early years of Pixar? I mean, the joke about the ladybug in A Bug's Life. Now they don't even want you to think about that because it could be interpreted as being transphobic. Not that they meant to be transphobic back then, or maybe they did. But yeah, they would definitely not tell you to go back to watch that movie. It's like the only joke in the movie. It's a terrible fucking movie. Like, yeah, I'm a ladybug. Yeah? So that automatically makes me a girl, huh? She's a guy. And it's like, wow, how could you do that? Could you do that 35 years ago before I was born, Pixar? And they're like, I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, money. Money. Mummy. Mummy, may I? Money, may I? They don't care about you or your life or your beliefs or who you love. They don't care. They care about your money. They're always just gonna be like that. As long as long as they're owned by Disney, they're gonna be like that. They're gonna be homophobic. They're gonna be sexist. Uh, I don't know. I'm wondering if maybe the boys' club wasn't the problem. Maybe it was just what it was like a cancer. It just grew into that, to the toxic boys' club. Because like it's one thing to not know how to play themes like that. It's another thing to have a culture where there's just like all this. They have all this like masses of resources at their disposal, and then they just like keep it away from all the girls. Keep it away from the gay guys, keep it away from the girls. Don't let them make their stories about periods. Oh no, we're in trouble, so now we have to let them make their stories about periods. God, this is so boring. I want to die. I just want Toy Story 7. And it's like, we'll have Toy Story 7. This is the compromise, that they would work on this and then Toy Story 7. Don't worry, we're not paying them enough to retire. The Boys Club. The Buoys Club. Bubba Booey. Mama Monkey. Fluffa Flunky. A Toothy. Bubba Booey Club. Hey, Bolf. Got the animation cell. Oh, I'm a real fan. But yeah, I feel like I've talked about it a little to the point where I'm like reconsidering some of the things I was believing. Uh, like first I was thinking like Pixar's toast. They have an awkward existence. They can't make anything good and they never will. Now I'm wondering, hey, wait, maybe that's not even true. Maybe it's just Disney is ruining everything. Because if you could track it back to when they started to suck, all the way back to the Disney purchase in 2006, then it kind of makes sense to just like get rid of Disney. Just get rid of Disney. Stop getting rid of the gay guy. It's like you get rid of the gay guy instead of getting rid of the evil. I don't know. Maybe yeah, maybe it would have been a ham-handed thing, but like that's only because of Menleg. At least if at least if it was awkward and completely his fault, it would have been on him. They're not doing what they're not extending the same courtesy as they did for Brad Bird. They got out of his way, and well, everybody knows this by now. If you get out of the director's way, they can make something great. And if they don't, then whatever. You're a gigantic company. You can stand to lose a few $1,000,000. But instead, they decided to not get out of the way and lose a few $1,000,000. And now it's like, oh, we can actually blame the guy anyway. Cowards. What dickheads. They're blaming him still after ruining his fucking movie. How shitty. I'm not the only one talking about this shit. I'm might not even be the best person to comment on the LGBT stuff, but I can definitely say where they're when they're good and when they're not good. It's got to do with allowing the vision to come to its conclusion, not getting in the way of the vision, not trying to turn it into somebody else's movie. It's like they didn't feel weird putting Brad Bird in charge of Ratatouille, but it would have been really weird if they put somebody else in charge of The Incredibles. That would have been awkward. It would have been wrong. It would have come out all wrong. They 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 probably wanted to do that. Probably wanted to ruin his movie like they wanted to ruin everybody's fucking movie. And some of these movies got made, but some of them were not promoted. They're all made with compromise. You can tell there's meddling in every single one of them. They don't just get out of the way. And it's because Disney. It's their fucking fault. It's like somebody who doesn't know anything at Disney. The only thing they know is that $100 million is not a lot of money to them. They can lose that over and over. It's not like they're paying it. They don't need a Pixar movie to do well. That's a big problem. You know, they had like something approved once. People didn't have to believe in these movies by default. They needed to be shown what they're capable of. And even though I'm struggling and I'm broke and I'm unhappy, I'm probably better off because at least when the expectation is tempered, I don't stand to lose as much as they do. It's like we're Pixar for crying out loud. It's like I don't have to worry about that. I'm just one person. I don't have a PR department. I don't have people's expectations to manage. Uh, I can just surprise you every time and delight you with surprise. That's what they used to do. That's why I do it, is because I'm copying what they used to do. Ah. Haven't checked the chat in a while. Can we please get more doggo wisdom? Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, of course. I make more doggo wisdom. I'm betting if Disney employees were more allowed to talk about their job, then Disney would look even worse than it already is. Probably that most directors are just being fully controlled by Disney CEO and then being blamed by the CEO when it fails. Yeah, they didn't say anything before it failed about how they stand by their decisions. It's like, what is that? It's like it would have been even worse if we let them do what they want. Like that is cowardly shit. Let's draw Pete Doctor. Get a picture of Pete. There was a somebody made a caricature of him. I'm gonna use that as the reference. My God, horrifying, horror hell. Can I get this? Can I put this in my float in world? There it is. You can see it. Let's draw Peter. Peter Sex Haver. Hang on. Move him around. He's in front of that. I have to move him away. There we go. Up in the sky. Oh. Oh, I see. It's not actually appearing for you guys. Um, well, that's fine. I can see it. That's all that matters. Is what you're gonna look at is just the caricature that I'm copying somebody else's drawing of Pete, then turning that into a 3D model. And it's like, people are like shocked at this homophobia. Um, but I don't know. I don't know if they should be. I think the company, or at least the parent company, is really has been homophobic for forever. It's just that Pixar is like their they can hide behind Pixar as being like a more, I don't know, Pixar is like a little bit more fuck. Are they more liberal? Maybe that's why they were bought out. They had better politics. Now they're the same shitty Disney politics. I don't know who drew these, but somebody on this Tumblr, fuck yeah, John Lasseter. Fuck yeah, John Lasseter.tumblr.com. It's an ancient page from like 2011, and I don't know who it is. It was somebody who wished to remain anonymous, made a bunch of really angry Pixar related art. And it's like, you can tell that whoever made these drawings actually works at Pixar, or, probably got fired at this point, because everything they draw is just like, looks like Pixar art. You've got a therapist. You got a therapy. Do, do, do. Because you're almost 45 and you still watch movies for a child. It's time to go to a professional guy. Because you need a therapist. Yeah, like something I was saying yesterday is that Jim Henson in 1990, which is when all this computer stuff going down. They had not made the first computer animated movie, but they had almost done it a few years back. Brave Little Toaster was a 2D animated movie, but it was planned on being the first computer animated 3D movie. And you can kind of tell because the characters are all boxy, they're non-human, they would make very simple 3D models. Um it would still be a lot of work, but it would be doable. and I think it was doable, and they just said, "Nah, it's gonna be too expensive. Let's not risk it. Let's make it 2D animated instead." And then Toy Story became the first one to do it in 3D. But um, something I was saying on a stream yesterday is that a big company like Jim Henson could not do any of this stuff on their own, and they were partnered with PDI, also known as DreamWorks nowadays. So like this partnership that they had, Henson had with PDI, it's like the partnership that Disney had with Pixar is now starting to look just as ancient and vestigial. Like maybe they could actually do these movies without them. It's like how badly do they still need, because Disney needed them once, and they don't need Pixar either anymore. Pixar is just like their bastard child. They don't care about that. Now they see Pixar as a liability. They see Pixar as going to turn the frogs gay. They're concerned about that. So whenever Pixar comes too close, whenever they fly too close to the sun, they hold them back. That's not a parent company. That's like a evil stepmother company. That's not parenting. That's evil stepmothering. Yeah, you could just do this. Look through the actual thing with your face. And, Pete, I just can't be mad at that face. I mean, it's he's an asshole. I will say that, but I also will say it's not even because of him. He's just the guy that they put in charge to make it look like they had somebody capable taking the reins, but they didn't. They never will, as long as Disney is their owner. As long as they have that evil step parent. Holy shit. Yeah, it is like that. Just like a evil parent that wants to use you and exploit you, and most importantly to keep you down. If imagine if Turning Red did well, they'd probably feel like what they're doing is wrong. Probably feel like we're doing something wrong if a movie like that, make sure it doesn't go to theaters, or else it could do too well. Give him some rosy cheeks. You can trust this guy. Nah. Guess there's no smooth for just the paints. Yeah, and buying Pixar may have at one point been something that they needed to do, but even in 2006 they didn't need that, right? Like when they made the deal with Pixar to make the movies, that was before they knew how to do 3D stuff by themselves. They probably made some shitty little promos, but it was Pixar that was developing all of that technology. Disney movies that use 3D animation, like The Rescuers. Who do you think made that stuff? Who do you think created the cap system for 2D animation? It was invented by Pixar. It's a computer program that lets you scan in drawings and turn them into beautiful animations, like The Lion King, and they used that throughout the '90s to save millions. And 2006 comes along. They already decided at this point to stop giving a shit with 2D animation, and strangely started just like producing their own 3D shit alongside Pixar, who they now own. So you get like Chicken Little and that crap. I didn't see Meet the Robinsons, but it looks disgraceful. It's like this is what we lost 2D animation. This is what they closed all the 2D animation studios for. This shit that looks like an ass. Shit that looks like Frankenstein. Looks like shit from an ass. It looks like it looks like Gygus. Looks like Gygus's intestines. Give him his neck. Yeah, I'm not trying to let Pete off the hook, but I will say like I don't think he's wrong to say like we should go with our vision. And that'd be admitting once and for all that it is a boys club and no, you're not allowed in. Um, and I think they should do that. The only thing is that it would cost them. It would cost them money. It would cost them money to admit something like that. That's like something that they used to say all the time was we're making movies for ourselves, not for kids, not for a general audience. Well, that's changed. You're not making them for anyone. Now you're taking a movie that was almost made by someone and you're unmaking it before it even gets done. It was a pretty good drawing. Not mine, I mean the original. Mine's not quite there yet. Give his ears subsurface scattering like they always do in Pixar movies. Wow, it's so real. That looks like shit. Looks like ketchup and mustard. Looks like someone stabbed him in the ear. Anyway, like this is basically what he looks like. He doctored it. He doctored your movie, and now they're they had to call the spin doctor. I'm sure they're gonna have to spin what he just said. I wonder if he even just said that, or if he said it like 2 years ago in an interview. What are people saying? Soy story, soy Tory. This fucking Pete. Let's see. Let me take a pic of Pete. Can I get the lighting a little different from that? Oh, oh God. Oh lordy. Wait, how do I get rid of this flashlight? Don't want you anymore. There we go. Or oh, I could toggle it, so I could choose if I want it. Whether it's early in the morning or noon or late at night, Pete's always there to greet you. Dramatic Pete. Whoa, it's a selfie stick. It's silly. Whoa, what was that? A ball? You can throw shit at him. Get the ball. The ball's too big in the mouth. You get to have it. One more. One more ball. Oh, this is fun. You can play basketball anywhere. Maybe I can make it so if I make him even bigger, I can try to land one in his mouth. Nah, there's no way I'll get it in there. It's too small. Make it even bigger. This is as big as a skyscraper now. Oh my god, it's as big as a planet now. A little less than that. Oh my god, it's so far away now. Here, let me do the opposite. Let's go inside and just like oh, that's too small. Can I catch them? Yeah. Could bounce a basketball off of those teeth. Whoops. You turn this upside down, you can get a flashlight. What else is going on inside Pete's mouth? Here, let's go to his teeth. Go to his teeth and make a little house. Oop. There we go. That's as small as I can get. The little apartment inside Pete's teeth. This is where you are. You got a directing job at Pixar. This is where you live. This is a windowless room. There's no entrance or exit. It's like Severance. There's nothing here but you and your own thoughts and all the notes you can handle. And you're emaciated and they don't feed you. They don't even give you clothes. They just give you these big stack of notes. All right, I could do them better. They're like the tablets that Moshe brought. It's just like two giant stone tablets that God gave you. God said he wants you to change this and this. Oh, you know what? Maybe I actually can get smaller. No, I can't. That's about as small as it goes. And it's like, you're like, what the hell happened? This was not what I expected when I said I want a job at Pixar. And it's not even like a shit job. It's supposedly the best job you can have at Pixar is direct. It's like the thing that everybody backstabs their best friend for. You telling me I backstabbed my best friend for nothing? I did it all to live inside Pete's tooth? Help me! I'm not even allowed to have a gender. Look! I don't have anything. All I have is notes. Oh, and I have to share a room with the render farm. Takes up like a lot of the room. That's just one of the farms. There's two, Mickey and Minnie. They have cute names. And over here is my desk. And it's really just like the bare minimum desk. And it's like when they hired me, they were like building me up real big, like, yeah, you're gonna go places, not just at Pixar. And now I'm literally stuck in this room for the rest of existence. I literally can't go any places. And the computer they let me use is from 1992. It's you know, a microwave. It's one of those old Silicon Valley machines. Silicon Valley, not Silicon Valley. It's one of those old Silicon graphics machines. It's like Severance, but if I was watching it, and it's like, I'll zoom in and I'll make my little perspective grid. With my little cube. Truth be told, I was expecting something else when I got this job. I thought, you know, I don't know. I think it's crashing. I think I took too much of the computer's resources. Oh, blow. Well, you get the idea. If you're lucky, you get to live in Pete's teeth. And it's the best job in your entire industry. Oh, hey. Fixed? Yeah, there we go. And I got my little X, Y, and Z. Got my classic computer. It's an Indigo. Or here. I got my little fridge computer instead of the Indie. Or yeah, I still have an Indie, but I'm actually just using it to prop up my monitor. Sorry. The real computer is this one, the Indigo, or no, the Onyx. Yeah, they had a lot of computers back in the day, Silicon graphics, and I don't know what happened. They just died. I guess it makes sense. It's kind of like the same thing that's happening with Pixar, just in slow motion. Pixar was like a giant investment from Disney, so they'll make it worth their while, even if it's like clearly circling the drain. They'll milk the Toy Stories because that's something that'll make them seem viable again. But it only seems viable. This is not this is not viable. Living in a tiny little box inside of Pete's face is not viable. He can't see the chat magically through VR. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Yeah, yeah, you can. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours. I'll probably stop pretty soon, but I'll do a little more drawing. Let me just take this off. All right. Yeah, just take a break from that thing on my face for a bit. What are people saying? Yeah, wondering now, because they were allowed to talk more about their jobs. Well, yeah, everybody's terrified to lose their job, but like they shouldn't be when the company's just like holding that over them. There's I don't know, another way, isn't there? Without Disney's money. You don't need it. It's vestigial. It's like Jim Henson had to physically go to another studio, use their proprietary software. Like all this shit is open source. Well, actually, VR Puppetry isn't open source, but it doesn't cost tens of thousands of dollars. It costs like $15. There is a huge difference. Pixar is what you call in business. It's like they're like holding the bag, or another way of looking at it is that it's worthless in Disney's hands, but it might not be worthless in their own hands, right? Like, imagine if Disney were out of the picture. Would they even be panicking about this DEI shit? Anyway, let's look at the bright side. The bright side is that these things are all just symptoms of the wonderful present of computer graphics. It used to be, just like 10, 15 years ago, it used to be that you can never make anything like this without your own, like, entire computer lab. You needed a render farm. Now you don't need a render farm. You can get most renderings for, like, mostly free. You can get Blender can make something that would have taken a minute a decade ago in like 30 seconds. You can use Eevee. You can use a powerful a powerful hardware renderer like Eevee, or you can pay a small fee to have a cloud do your renders. That was what Danielle did for the Flavor song when she felt it was too much work for her computer to render. She hired out a I don't know what it cost, but I believe it was very cheap to just like pay a service to create the frames. If you don't know what I mean by that, it's like Pixar has something they call the render farm, where it's like every single frame, these movies are made of images, made of still images that every second on screen there are 24 images. And that means that you have to render dozens of images per second. But yeah, like Danielle made the cheesy playing guitar video, and there were thousands of frames. There's, for every 1 to 2 minute video, there's like 1 to 2,000 frames to render. And it could take all night if it's something kind of complex. It could take an hour if it's kind of easy, or it could take weeks if it's like really crazy. So to not spend weeks rendering it, she got a cloud-based render farm. Now, how could you have done that back then? Back in, like, I don't know, whenever they were making a movie like Toy Story 3 or Up. It's like they didn't have that technology. That wasn't that long ago. And we just started having this technology where you could like use a cloud-based service. Probably cost even cheaper than when Danielle did it for the Flavor song a few years ago. This is something you need a data center for, or like, not like a massive like nuclear powered supercomputer, but like you needed a decent sized computer lab to call a render farm. And Pixar, they had one. And now it's awkward because, well, maybe not that awkward, it would still be cool to have a render farm so you don't have to worry about data leaking, accidentally posting something that you're showing it to the wrong person who works at the render farm. That's cool if you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, it's awkward still because technology has made it so you can make this stuff at home with your loved ones if you wish. And even the whole idea of a Pixar movie is like made into a joke with AI. People just turn it into like cost. and it's like, man, remember Pixar movies? Yeah, it's so long ago. It's like it feels like people are referring to them, or like they're treating them like it's something from the past, not something that's ongoing or part of our future. Pixar movies feel like something that you could just like easily make with a formula, and that's the joke. It's so formulaic that you don't even need to see the entire movie. You just need to see the poster. And, partially this is because AI is shit, but the other reason is because there's this problem of these movies being bad. And it's like, when are we gonna address that without blaming the fucking gay guy who tried to make his movie gay? Also, by the way, that guy still works at Pixar, and they're like blaming him for the movie coming out wrong when they fucking took it from him and ruined it. What is he gonna do? Where is he gonna go? There is no fucking job for him. He has to work there. Or at least that's how he thinks. It'd be nice if they all stopped thinking that, because Pixar should lose some people after they should have lost money, and they should have lost some reputation after the whole wage fixing scandal. They don't give a shit. They really don't fucking care. They just made Inside Out 2, the their most successful movie in years, and they laid off all those employees so that they could keep them from getting bonuses. Bonuses that they were promised or something, and then they just had the rug pulled under them. You work on a successful movie, do not get bonuses, but you can go fuck yourself. Like that's all they give. That's all they want to give now is go fuck yourselves. And it's been like this for like a generation. They cheated employees out of wages. Not just them, but all the other animation studios conspired to cheat them out of their wages. And they never felt even a little bit sorry. I don't care. They're so sorry that they touched all the girls inappropriately. So we're gonna make movies about periods. Like I'm sure that was part of the initiative to try and clean up their image after yeah, it's the same thing with the gay character. They had an initiative to clean up their image after the expose about how they think about, people who are outside of the Pixar Boys Club. And when they started losing money on that, they realized, hey, we were right to be assholes. We're trying to make movies here, not therapy. Easy. Looking hot. Nice eyeshadow, dude. But yeah, I think all this is very interesting. Whether I have really a point, I'm not sure. I guess I was just thinking out loud a lot, thinking like this studio might still have some life left if Disney could stop owning them. But yeah, it's just like the whole purpose seems to have been lost. Like the whole point seems to have been lost. Like originally the point was for George Lucas to make some money by by selling off some of the things he's not using George Lucas's divorce. In 1984 or something, Lucas Lucasfilm sold their computer graphics division to Steve Jobs because George just got divorced and he needed money. So Steve took their flailing computer company and turned it into a movie studio. At least that's the story. That's how it goes. At this point, Steve was kind of seen as a wacko. This is like before the iPod, or the iPod took over society. Because the iPod was a music player, but pretty soon after that, they got the idea to turn that into a phone, and now we have what we have now. People are addicted to those stupid things. Still playing in Sculptor VR. I'll draw one more thing and then get going. I should draw John Lasseter hanging out with his pal. Peter Griffin. Let me get a picture. Let me get a drawing of him from Fuck Yeah, John Lasseter. Yeah, here it is. How's it going? Put him up in the sky. You just look up at him. I used to look up to you. And again, this is a caricature drawn by someone known as SG, who is probably wishes to remain anonymous, maybe even to this day. I'm pretty sure they're a Pixar employee or ex-Pixar employee. I think they were still working at Pixar while making this, but it's likely that John got them fired for making fun of him. I mean, maybe it's for the best. It's like, I don't know, probably wrong to keep working there if you can't stand them there. You don't like them, you can't stand your boss. Yeah, I'm just transferring these caricatures. I didn't make these drawings that they're based on. Yeah, Ilio looks like it went through a million versions. Like that feels like how all their movies feel, where they're just like rewritten to the point of exhaustion. I remember when Up came out, like I had a weird dream about Up before it came out because I was like I remember while I was awake, I was thinking about it. It was like I've seen the trailers, uh, but can't figure out what the story is gonna be with like the old man and the other old man. It's like what's the story exactly? So I don't know. My subconscious just like it like in my dream there was like there was like snowman. There was like evil snowman bad guys in the movie, and then I saw the movie and there was no snowman. So it was just a dream. But like I think the dream is actually telling me something. Dream is telling me that even they don't know what was going to happen in that movie. That's the whole idea, that like they uh they just come up with ways to like hype it up and make you wonder about it, and then everything that was good about the movie happens in the first 15 minutes of it. and then the rest is just gobbledygook. It might as well have been like they were running away from snowmen guys. It's like the actual plot turned out to be just as kooky. It was like the bad guy wants the bird. Yeah, I don't know. Felt kind of half baked. There should have been snowmen. The snowman made a deal with that guy to stop Carl because I don't know something. Like these dudes just like got super comfortable in life. They haven't it's been like way too fucking long since they've had to deal with the consequences of their own failures. If ever in their lives. This is looking like a Dick Cheney, George W. Bush caricature. But yeah, I'll say it again. Try to look at the positive that it's like Pixar it may be toast, but on the bright side, I think the reason it's toast is because the power has passed on elsewhere. Where is it passed on to? Why? It's passed on to me and you and everybody and them too. That they are totally capable of still making good movies. Um, it's just the direction that they're being led in, whether it's at Pixar or at Disney, it doesn't matter. It's is lousy. It's he has he has he has caskets all over his shirt. He's merging. He's hugging him. You're mine, Pete. Even though I'm fired, your ass is still mine. That's really sad. I'm really upset about that. That like the movie failed because of bad leadership, and now they're trying to pass it off as like go woke, go broke. And Pixar is too they're way too like beloved to use that aesthetic, but that's exactly how it comes off anyway. They're not going on Twitter to say, "Oh, the libtards ruined this one," but that's what they're implying. They didn't libtards didn't ruin it. They ruined the libtards. They ruined the libtards before they could ruin it. And, at this point, they should just talk like that because that's what they are. They're crotchety. They kind of deserve to go broke. This doesn't even look like John Lasseter. I can fix it. It's like why do they give a shit about staying on message? They haven't had a good message in their movies in forever. What they're concerned about difficult conversations with your kids. It's like your kids don't even fucking listen. They're not even fucking listening to that. They're just looking at the colorful thingies. God, this doesn't look anything like him. It's fine. Like your kid isn't gonna ask you later, "Hey, mommy, why were the men holding hands?" Not that I even really think you should just like do that, because like they did that shit in a Pixar movie, and that was all anyone fucking knew about it is that they had two women kissing in front of Buzz Lightyear, not in front of Buzz. That just looks like an average like nerd from like cartoon. Look like our pal John. Yeah, what am I getting off about his head? Caricature has his head like really tall like that. Yeah, that's more like it. But yeah, like I'll say it again. It's good that this is being aired out because now you can have confidence in yourselves because nobody else is gonna have confidence in anyone otherwise. Um, and I'm telling you to do the hardest thing in the world, which is get out of Pixar, make the film you really want to make yourself, and do it yourself, and spend money and lose money and go broke. Why? Because it's worth it. Oh, it's not worth it? Then you were just wasting everybody's money? All right, great. That's fine too. Now you're just like them. You're just like those assholes who don't care if $100 million goes missing. It happens every day. I mean, it's embarrassing for such a homophobic company to go woke. That's what's embarrassing, not the fact that they had something to say that was positive about gay people or whatever. It's the fact that a obviously already hateful company would pretend to do this. They'd dress up in a costume of progressivism. These are sick people. They don't have any restraint when it comes to this stuff. They don't have any uh What's the word? Yeah, his glasses are like really tiny in this. A John. Oh, yeah, that's close enough, I think. He's got like Hawaiian shit all over his shirt. And it's like he's just like never gonna let go. He's never letting go. Even now, it's like he just moved on to another Pixar. He just got another job as CEO of a different Pixar. Never let go. Never put your toys away. That was the whole point. That was the message. That was the message of the final movie, the third and final Toy Story, was to put your toys away, give them to some other kid. Give them to a kid who's actually a kid. It's like, no, we're just gonna like forget we said that. I guess we accidentally made something good. I guess everything we did that was good was also an accident. Man, this is depressing. I don't want to leave until I come up with like something positive to say. Well, I have been saying something positive this whole time. That these are all symptoms that you can now do all this stuff at home, and they kind of don't want you thinking that for whatever reason. They don't want you thinking that you can actually do all this shit at home. You don't need some pimple faced geeks who like to play grab ass telling you that you can and can't make your movie. It's like this shitty asshole. Like this shitty asshole is just like grabbing at people. His job now is to grab at people and get his grease all over you. His acne all over his fucking head. Yeah. These guys can't tell you what you can and can't make. Like, what is he gonna do? He's gonna banish you to inside him, banish you into his belly. You have to live inside his head, rent free. Here, just like inside Pete, there's a little home. See? This is you. This is you talking to Mickey and Minnie, the supercomputers. That's your job, is trying to get them to render while they give you all these notes, and all you have to work with is an old Silicon graphics computer that's like a little mini fridge. It's like 30 years old. All this takes place inside of his tooth. And meanwhile, inside John's tooth, you have something else going on. You have a nice trash can. Nice old trash can, right? Trash can is like overflowing with trash. like filled with like John's garbage. All the allegations against him just thrown in here. All the papers just crumpled up, tossed aside, like completely overflowing with allegations of harassment. It's like, let's just hire him at some other Pixar where he can touch people there. Or no, they made him sign something saying that he wouldn't touch anybody, which is really funny. Imagine getting a job at Pixar and then you finally get to leave, go somewhere else, and then you find out it was all just a scam so that you could let your guard down while the Pixar guy comes to your place and takes over. Got you good. There we go. You can, if you look closer, you can see there's a monster inside. Monster the Grouch. Yeah, don't worry, he's got him buried real good. Anyway, I think that's where I'll call it for today. But let's take one last look at what we drew before. Maybe take some photos before I get out of VR. Oh. This one looks good. I like the face. I was trying to explain before while making that. I was trying to explain that Pixar used to have a style that was different from Disney. Didn't look like this, but this is how I tried to draw it. And you know, they tried for a long time to make themselves appear more aggressive, appear more progressive with like this yard ball lady, but it was all just, you know, they didn't mean it. I drew these birds from It's a Bird Thing, or for the birds. That's it. And I drew the giant looming threat from Toy Story 5. Sully never let go. I think a lot of people are seeing it for the first time. The Pixar disillusionment, and well, I'm sure for some people it was there from the get go, or like it's been there since Bug's Life for some people. Um, but I'm kind of glad that it's set again because maybe that's the first step towards making your own film. Make your own films. Make your own cartoons. You get a couple guys together. And well, it's not easy. It's not easy. Nothing's easy. He also says that. Well, yeah, like John Lasseter was not my hero. Uh, hey, it's me. John Lasseter was not my hero. Joe Ranft was my hero, and Joe Ranft tragically died in a car accident. It's very sad, but I'm pretty sure he was one of the reasons that they stopped being good. Or, losing him was one of the reasons that they stopped being good. And you can't replace a person like that. I suppose you know you could find where the you can find where the Magic Space Ball the you can find where the Magic Space Jam basketball of talent lent itself to next, but they're not going to be found within this system. You remember, well, you don't actually remember, you're all kids, but I remember. I actually don't remember, I wasn't alive yet, but in the 80s, in the 80s, Disney was already starting to wane. We were already seeing some Disney movies doing bad, and Pixar was just what the doctor ordered, something new to get people excited. And now Pixar themselves have become that. They become the not new anymore. And where are they going to go next? AI has speed run to being not new anymore. They never even got a single AI generated movie before we were all sick of it. Although I guess that could have been the same case with CG. Stuff like Pixar, they were trying to sell computers to do that stuff so that they could get other people into it. And that quickly became unmarketable. So Pixar was like, they were taking something like CG, which was, people are just like using it for fucking whatever, and making what they saw as really making art with it. And it wasn't the first to do it, but it was the first to make a movie. And Disney was the first to use animation in that way. So they naturally came together. But that was 40 years ago. And we don't need that anymore. And Pixar doesn't need Disney anymore. It's ridiculous. It's like if it'd be like if Jim Henson still needed PDI. They don't need them anymore. They could just download a copy of Blender for free. Do Sid the Science Kid without them. Yeah, I don't think they still worked with them on Sid the Science Kid. I think at that point they were figuring it out. Disney probably for some time couldn't figure out the CG stuff, and they had Pixar do it for them. Those days are so long gone, though. I think that maybe the awkward continued existence of Pixar has more to do with the awkward continued existence of their partnership with Disney. Maybe it's not that Pixar is used up and hung out to dry. Maybe that's just how they've been treated by their parent company. I'm thinking right now that like Pixar could just finance their own films. They could if they didn't have to give all their money away to Disney every day. It's like, what do they want to make? It feels like more and more you start to see it coming out that like there's these creator driven films, but then they just keep sliding back. You just keep crawling back. Like they just keep taking the film away from them once they start to get a foothold. It's just like, we're so back. It's so over. We're so back. And it's like, when are we going to have like a animated film community that doesn't have special favors for these entrenched guys, like John Lasseter gets special treatment? It's so stupid. It's like you have to I don't know, make it from within. You can't wait around for someone to give you a big bag of money, because people with bags of money are all evil. it doesn't improve them anymore. There was a time, maybe, where these films needed to be made by they needed to be financed by a big company. Um, Now it's just like you have to have, you don't need money. You just have to have gigantic balls, and that's something that they lack. That's a big thing that they lack is big balls. That was the one good thing about the Boys Club is that they had balls. Well, because every single movie is taking a risk. Every single movie is like, we don't know if this is gonna do well, if it's gonna fail, it's gonna bomb, it's gonna gonna make us look like assholes. And now every movie is just risk mitigation. Like they don't want to even, they only want to live in a reality where it's possible for them to look like assholes. And the consequence of that is that they always look like assholes, but they have enough money to shield themselves from it. But maybe not this time. Maybe enough people are realizing, yeah, I am an adult. Why am I watching Pixar movies? And then it's like the next movie is just them complaining that kids don't want to watch their movies. It's like, we're not making therapy for 30 somethings, then what are you making? You're not making kids movies either. They don't fucking care. They want to play Roblox. They want to go on their iPads, and your movie is just whining at them. I don't know. I think there was a movie called Flow that came out last year, and it was really good. And it was not a Disney movie. It was not Pixar, but it reminded me of what Disney used to do with like kind of realistic animals, like the ones in Snow White. They were cute. They had a lot of personality, and they weren't anthropomorphized. Not very much, at least. The animals really behave like animals. It was a really good movie. Um, so cute. It's about cat, and Pixar doesn't like cats. Wait, wasn't there gonna be a cat movie or a dog movie? Um, but yeah, like they uh they still have a chance if that is we're still in that era where you need a studio and you need corporate backing. I don't know if you do. Although, yeah, like it feels like these studios are so fucking broke. It feels like Pixar is gonna come out with like the M&M's movie or some shit next, right? Like it even Sony did like the Emoji movie or like the Lego movie. These things that are toys. The toy is more exciting than the movie about toys. Like they don't know what the fuck they're trying to say anymore. They're just looking for the crumbs that the leftover crumbs from the last few movies. I think a part of me thinks there should be more Toy Story movies, but every Toy Story should be a different toy. It should be about different toys. Like, I don't know, delete Buzz and Woody. Don't put them in the movie. You can still call it Toy Story. Just make it about other toys. I don't know. Doesn't it feel like there's something to that like, what if it was a different pair of toys or a different group of toys every single time? Then you would get rid of all of these weird problems. It's like the new Toy Story movies in every single one now. It's just like there's like a scene or like multiple scenes where two characters are talking while all the other toys just stare at them. It's just like that's the whole like that's all they get to do. These characters that we supposedly love, like Slinky, that all they get to do is look. All they get to do is stand there and look. It's not anythingness. It's nothingness. Yeah, I want there to be more movies to watch. But in order to do that, you have to pick somebody to direct and you have to really let them do it. It's like, what is this? Where it's like, it's imagine if you were graduating from college, and then somebody who graduated like 30 years ago took the microphone from you during your speech to be like, I'm gonna let you finish. However, Toy Story 2 is the best sequel of all time. Best sequel of all time. Like, that's what it's like. It's like Kanye is running the studio, and he's just like taking the mic away from anyone the second they get the chance to even thank everybody and say like, actually, Toy Story was better than your movie. So how about fuck you? This is your fault. You're not fired, but we're gonna make your life harder. I don't know. Maybe that's not how the guy sees it. This Molina guy. He wrote a story and they turned it into a different movie. They bombarded him with notes until he quit. He decided to leave the movie over creative differences. And we know now that that means he wanted to make it gay and the company wouldn't let him because the government wouldn't let them. It's so stupid. It's like that's not something that you should allow. You should not allow outside forces to tell you what you can and can't make. What do you mean? What do you mean they cave to pressure from political groups? It's stupid. It's like you just said you were making a movie. What are they making it now? It's like these fucking homophobes who don't know shit. They don't know anything about life. They spend all their time on iPads, and you're making a movie about how these stupid motherfuckers are being brought up by iPads. You don't even see the connection. It's like these opinions that they're so worried about are literally just internet trolls. They're just internet trolls, like shitty little fuckers. But the fact that they kowtow to that makes them just as bad. So like they might as well be like DEI woke, boo boo boo. It's like Pixar's not woke. It's like how dare you? How dare you try to stand in the middle on the line? Why don't you just pick a side? Why don't you just admit that you're trying to make boy movies for boys because that would be better than playing pretend and all this fucking gay baiting and then gay bashing. It's like it's gay baiting so you could later just like gay bashing. That's what it is. It's saying that this movie failed because it would have failed even more if we let it be gay. Okay, that's stupid. That doesn't make sense. That's so dumb. It's like it's so cowardly. It's like it's not like I'm realizing now that they have no confidence in their stories. But like that he would even say that. It's so just like nakedly evil and stupid. They I don't even care because the movie probably would have been held back no matter what, even if they'd let him do it his way. It would have been held back by budget or something else. That's just what they do. It's just their MO. It's just what they've been up to for years now. They love ruining your movie. They love building you up as like the next Pixar director. That's part of what they're selling is the idea that you get to work there. You get to work there, you get to work your way up. You get to work your way up. How about no? How about you can just make a movie right now? How about you, a 6-year-old, can make your own movie right now? You can make Toy Story 6. It'll be better because some actual person was in charge of it. Even though their brain is tiny and doesn't know anything, they'd be able to use their imagination, which the company can't do anymore. It's like they had to use their imagination more when they had less they could work with. They had more limitations. They had to be more imaginative. And someone mentioned before that they had a deal that said sequels don't count towards the final total of movies produced by Disney. So that means that they had to be more creative. And then I guess as soon as that deal ran out and they got bought up by Disney, time for Toy Story 3 and Cars 2 and Up Down and yeah, Planes, all this shit that isn't even them anymore. Right, Planes may have been a turning point because while Cars is still a Pixar movie, Planes is just a Disney movie. They couldn't even get Pixar to do that. They were just like, all right, well, do you mind if we do it? It's like, who are you talking to? It's just like John Lasseter talking to himself. uh, but like, computer graphics doesn't belong to Pixar. They may have invented it, but they don't own it anymore. This is like the Horton egg. Everybody who loves computer graphics, everybody who's passionate about computer graphics, like me, has just as much of a right to it. I I I am still very passionate about this. This is something that Pixar doesn't have, which is, I mean, it kind of sucks that they have all the money and I have all the passion, but it's good that I know I can feel something real when a big company just like can only try and replicate it from formula. They every time they do have something real, they do not let it happen. They don't let it out of the bag. They don't let the cats out of the bag or the box. They tap it down. They say, "Oh, here, there's a gay character in our movies. Yeah, there's one gay character. She's a cop. Also, she's not gay in the Chinese version. She's not gay in the Russian or Chinese versions. She mentions in passing that she has a girlfriend. And it's like, all right, what does that do for gay people? What does that do? Is that all they get? It's like they could have said nothing and it would have been better. It's because they're trying to relate to real people and they're not human anymore. They don't understand humanity. They're trying to make movies about humanity. And it's like, we're not your therapy. Yeah, you are. You're your therapy. You're making therapy movie. There's like every single fucking one of them is therapy. Like Onward, Strange World, all these movies are about the loss of a parent. Like, give me a fucking break. You're not making therapy. Elio has a parent is missing. That's literally the fucking formula for every Disney movie. Look what I can do. Look what I can do without getting a job at some asshole studio. I can make little fuzzy little meowy cutes, and it didn't cost me a cent. It cost me what it costs to buy this and to buy the plugin, and it cost me some time in learning how to use Blender. But like this is what I'm talking about. Look how far we've come. We've come really far with computer graphics. Computer graphics, my favorite thing. It doesn't mean I have to love Pixar unconditionally. I don't even love computers unconditionally. Computers are evil sometimes. But here, let's try to keep ourselves anchored. Try to remember with all your heart. Remember what it was that made it amazing. Let's look. Pixar. Yeah, just little lampy. Little lampy guy. Just a little friend. Just a silly little lamp leg. Better mute that so it doesn't ruin my channel. But yeah, like it's just a friendly little lampy. The lamps are just simple little characters. There's no there's they're not conceited. They don't have a they don't have an ulterior motive. The lamps are just and this is where John Lasseter shined, because John Lasseter actually came up with the lamps. Yeah, I wonder sometimes. I kind of forget, what did he do? What did he even do? And it's like, he did this. He did these little guys. He looked around for inspiration, said what would be basic, what would be simple, and he saw a lamp, and he's like, yeah, a lamp, a little Luxo lamp, which is actually a trademark, and and I think there was a lawsuit over it, but that aside, it was a delightful short. I can make my own little lamp too, although I think that's maybe get my own ideas. Well, I do have my own ideas. But I'm just saying, like, Pixar doesn't own computer graphics. They don't own moving unicycles either. So why should they own moving lamps? Why should they own a cute little lampy? It's like unicycle Pixar. What was it? Red's Dream. It's like there was a video game. There's a video game inspired by this, and it was like a little unicycle who can move independently of the rider, and it's cute. It's a little unicycle guy. He moves his head around like he's alive. But DMA Design, who also made the Grand Theft Auto games later when they were called Rockstar, uh, they got sued out the ass by Pixar. They were not allowed. The outcome of that lawsuit was that they were not allowed to make this game. They're not allowed to sell it. They're not allowed to market it. They're not allowed to publish it because we own that. Because we, Pixar, motherfuckers, we own that shit. And fuck you. And they really have never stopped being like that either. They've always been, and fuck you. Um, but you know, we trusted them, we loved them, probably because we were so dazzled by computer graphics. It's really just computer graphics we loved. I'm 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 not in love with Pixar anymore, but I'm still in love with computer graphics. I hope I always will be. I mean, it's kind of a lame short, but look how cute. Look how cute it was. And somebody did it better than them, and they were pissed off. I'm sad thinking about it, but I think, in my opinion, that at least this is what has to happen. We all have to collectively reject what Disney is using it for, because they don't fucking know. They don't know what to do. They just want money, and it's like, it's pathetic. It's not just obvious because everybody wants money, but it's pathetic because they have something really good in their hands that they've squandered. Someone like Pete, he doesn't even know why they made him the boss. He doesn't want to be the boss. He doesn't have the instincts. Why John could be the boss, I'm not sure. But it kind of feels at this point that like there doesn't even have to be a boss. Why have a boss at all? If the boss is just a guy who's a constant looming threat, just a constant liability. You know, he's a liability to the company, to the employees, to the he's affecting the bottom line too. But he's like a famous asshole, so nobody wants to admit that. Give him infinity lives, why not? And well, something like Luxo Jr. is quaint, but they uh they were able to inspire people with that. They were able to make people use their imaginations, maybe even play with a lamp like it was a toy. 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 I don't know. Does anybody have anything else to add? Because some people were saying some things that I thought were good. I feel like I've been going in circles for years talking about Pixar. Maybe the problem is that other people couldn't really see it yet, and like now a lot of people are outraged um that they're effectively kowtowing to the the whims of a piece of shit administration who has no idea how to be entertaining. It's no different from 20 years ago either. The fucking Bush administration was like this. Whether they fucked with Pixar, I'm not sure. But I don't think Pixar is being fucked with. I think Pixar is going along with it, and that's much sadder. Much sadder than if they were being threatened or something by the government. They're not being threatened. They're afraid of losing money. They don't have a trillion billion dollars to spare. Let me make this little lamp, and then I'll get out of here. I'm just feeling sad and trying to be hopeful about it. That like this lamp used to represent something. It used to represent a good movie. like, everybody's got something, whether it's like the Nintendo seal, or I don't know, somebody puts their name and face on a product. They put their image, they tie their identity to it. That's how much they believe in it. That's what the lamp used to represent. It was like a little bouncing symbol of quality. And uh and I really bought into that for years before deciding that all the value was gone. And I even saw a bunch of movies that were lackluster before deciding they were really toast. When I saw Finding Dory, I realized it was over. Probably a lot of people realized that sooner, but Finding Dory was the realization for me. Because I don't know, I really thought it was gonna be something. That was what I'd come to expect from them before. That, like, they don't usually do sequels unless they got something. So I thought, naturally thought they got something, but they don't got something. They just want something. It's like a dog with his mouth open. It's like, oh, he's so cute. Oh, he just wants food. Like, yeah, yeah, I don't like you. I just want food. But yeah, the thing I was just taking a million years to say is that the uh the lamp symbolized quality. You turn on the movie and then the lamp bounces and you're like, I love that little lamp. It's so cute. It's more than cute. It's a good corporate symbol. It shows that they're serious. So what happened to that? The lamp, just like every symbol, kind of faded over time. Now Mickey Mouse is a bad symbol too. Uh, he's just like, you just associate Mickey with like greed and exploitation. Don't they don't have anything. They don't have anything good for you whenever Mickey is coming out. It's just like, oh, the only time you ever see Mickey used as a symbol is in like political cartoons after Disney merges with some other company. It's like they take that character and they draw mouse ears on it, and it's like it's not even anything that the company would want to represent. It's just something that political cartoonists do to show with, like, to show really quickly and easily that this happened. It's like, well, now we're all part of the same umbrella. We're under the same umbrella. We're all part of the same. We're all in the same ship. Make one of those cables that's like two wires in one, or maybe it's just one wide wire. I don't know. Was Woody in the Epstein files? Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Like, where the fuck is it? Where is it? Come on. Where? Okay, I know it's in my conversations with Chris. I'm almost there. I found it. Found it. Hang on. Or wait, hang on. I could also just open it. No, no, it's too late. It's fine. This is fine. Wait, that's that's the other thing I had on my clipboard. This, I didn't mean to post that. This is Woody from earlier. No, here's a drawing I made of Woody like a month ago. I asked if he was in the Epstein files. Reach for the stars. Yeah. Yeah, local law enforcement bought and paid for. You've got a friend in me. How do you feel about him being Jesse's brother now? I mean, none of that happened. They're toys. They don't sexually reproduce. That doesn't make any sense. Hey, Stimpy. He's chimpy. He's wimpy. Hey, Wimply. Hey, Wumply. There we go. Yeah, I got this lamp I'm looking at right now on my desk. It looks like this. It's got this cable coming out. Can't believe Pixar failed to address 9/11 on 9/11 in Canada. Like, just found out they also had 9/11 in Canada. Oh shit, these aren't. Whoopsie daisy. They're not together. Oops. I'll just do that, I guess. Yeah, yeah. 9/11. Yeah, I wonder now. I'm really wondering now. Maybe Pixar's still got a future if if they had the right leadership. It's just like um it felt like the right people are dead. People who were the right people were there and then they died. Steve Jobs, you know, maybe we don't need him anymore because I was just saying that like maybe Capital's role in producing art like animated films has now is they don't have as much of a role. They're just there to collect the money. These uh these rich motherfuckers. They don't take risks. That's not what it was about. It was about taking risks. You know, they must have wanted to get rid of that from the beginning, but they didn't realize, and they still didn't realize that that was part of the process, and you need that. You know, Disney has a lot of money, and they can take a risk, but they're also in an era, you know, early '90s. They're in an era where their movies aren't doing that well, and then also thanks to Pixar, their movies started doing good again because they were able to make them for a lot cheaper, and they were able to make them better in some ways. There's something here. It's like a, I forget what you call it. It's like a little cylinder that turn. Yeah, I'm just expecting any day now they're gonna come out with some like damage control version of what he said to like clarify that you don't have to stop giving us money. Maybe. Or maybe they have just gotten to the point where they can say anything they want because it'll be any publicity, which is good publicity. Yeah, I think it's possible that Pixar's past their prime, past making anything good, but I don't know why that should be the same for all computer graphics. Yeah, we may have figured out all the things that you could do with it for, you know, a big chunk of that, but there's still stories to tell. They're just probably going to be really gay and DEI and woman. Well, because everybody's heard it over and over a million times, the stories produced by the like boys club perspective. Although I also don't think that necessarily means we're done with those kind of movies either. We need movies for boys. Boys love making movies. They love being the star of a movie. They love, I don't know, using their imagination and wondering. It's not like the boy era is over. Make way for the girl. I don't think that's true either. I think it's just like there's some new people here too. It's like we can welcome them or we can be assholes. I don't know. I don't I don't really actually get to count myself as one of them. Or maybe I do because I'm part of a different boys club. I'm part of like the Newgrounds boys club. I don't even like being in that boys club. There's nothing new to be made. Just like circling the that bandwagon. Like the problem with saying it's a boys club is like they don't treat it like that. They don't want you to think that. Um, I'm saying they should embrace that. You know, why complain about how people in your own studio choose to make their movies? You're not even making them your way. It's like you just want to whine about how you've lost control. I don't know. You can do better than that. We can accept Pixar for what they are instead of trying to make them be something else. I mean, I don't know. What if the gay little space movie is what they are? And it's just like they're just avoiding evolving for now. I just kind of think everybody should have the opportunity to make their own film. Not just everybody who's put in their work, like put in their years of working their way up at Pixar, but everybody. You know, your 6 year old kid, like they can come up with a movie because they have working imaginations. These guys, these burnt out fuckers at Pixar don't have working imaginations anymore. They used to, and now they have these jobs because they used to. And now it's just kind of like a cliche to say that these are the creative types. These guys are the creatives, the creative ones, the ones that are gonna save us all with creativity. You talking about the Pete Doctor thing? Yeah, for a little while, for like 5 hours in a row. I've been talking about Pete Doctor. Where's my I wanna find my images, my screenshots. Where are they? Here. Just here's some like Pixar stuff I was doing in Sculptor VR just now. Talking about how Pixar used to be good. Well, just they used to have an aesthetic that was separate from the look of Disney movies. Yeah, they had a this one's really good. I gotta snip this one and post it. But yeah, like you can see if you just like look at their entire history, like you can see the like enthusiasm for this stuff fading away. And part of it is that the leadership changed. Other reasons are that the situation changed. People change. People get accused of things. People die. Yeah, here's that version the 3D one I drew of the caricature based off of this drawing, not mine. Because like this is from 2011 or something. I think that says 011. Like this is like seriously old resentment, like that they've just like been holding all these years. Like people don't like Pete Docter now, but like imagine being this guy. Oh, I didn't make his eyes blue. Whoops. Imagine being this guy who's just been mad this whole time about John and Pete and all this shit, and the fact that they're not getting paid enough. They're getting paid in cereal. You're getting paid in cereal. They turned cereal into money. They turned cereal. They pay you in cereal. That's how sad it is to be a Pixar animator. It's like thinking that the Olive Garden was like a really fancy Italian restaurant, and then you work there for 20 years, and then it finally hits you that it's just a chain. Pixar appears to copy other studios now, like Illumination and DreamWorks. So they really are just like a chain. It's just like Cece's Pizza or something. Yeah, there's something's gonna give. I think the movie Flow was a good sign because it proved that a guy and his cat could do the job of a whole studio like DreamWorks or sorry, Pixar. Just a guy and his cat. Just a sad man. A little dude. I don't know. You can be a little guy. Like a hero from a Pixar movie. You could just be a little guy. Look, Catmull. Look, the villain. He's right there, Catmull Clark. He came up with this subdivision algorithm probably before I was born, and then Catmull was later known for stealing all that money and barely having any consequences for it. Ed Catmull. He was uh he was an engineer. He invented some of the stuff that is just standard for computer graphics now. But he was also the mastermind of like a whole scandal, like a scandal of like lots of people, lots of millionaires involved, stealing, transferring wealth to the wealthy. Those bastards, those bastards, and they still try to act like they're the family values. They'll they don't even value your family. Like that's their whole excuse. This family values bullshit. saying that the homosexual stuff goes against their family values. Look, I don't think that it's a tough conversation. I think that's also maybe beside the point. The real problem is that the movies are bad. And what I'm seeing is them trying to blame the gay dude who they already got to quit, trying to blame him for the movie being bad when they did everything they could to squeeze him out of it. Sorry, I'm just calling him the gay dude, but I feel like that's the story here. That they said gay is okay if we can easily cut it out in post production for China and Russia. These bad countries that can handle it. Like, everybody should be insulted here. Everybody should be pissed off at Pixar. Everybody should be pissed off at Disney. I think people needed to wake up about this a little bit sooner, but whatever, I'll take it. I'll take it because it gives me hope to think that maybe people are going to realize someday that they could have done it all along. They could have downloaded Blender all along. They could have done it all along. Isn't that some shit? Yeah, I don't know. You don't have to watch the new Toy Story. You don't even need to pirate it. That's too much emotional labor. It's you being forced to see what the boomers have to say about you. That's what it is. It's just them complaining. That's the only voice that really makes it anywhere at that company is the the old guard complaining about the newbies until they all leave, I guess. Until I don't know, we figure out eternal life so we can finally get rid of the young people. And I'm not saying the young people know exactly what they're talking about. I feel like the making a story about an old man is not based on a personal experience. That's based on a more of an idea of what you think it might be like. But I'm sure they channeled their own experiences of like loss and grief to make that. You didn't have to have the exact experience. But like, I don't know, they're asking for young people, for young directors to talk about themselves, and then they don't really like what they hear once they get it. It's like, oh, we just wanted to make $100 billion. We didn't want your whole life story. That's fine, but why make everyone run around before admitting that? And I think some people need to examine that. People who are saying fuck Pete Doctor right now, I think they need to examine like why they were feeling this way before. I think that's an uncomfortable conversation for people. Everybody wants to see Toy Story 3. It was like, oh, it was so good. It's like, yeah, it's good if it's the last movie they ever make, but unfortunately, they kept just cranking that shit out. Everybody can make 3D graphics. It's not over just because Pixar can't do it anymore. It's like saying music is over because John Lennon is dead or the fucking Beatles broke up. Pixar style isn't even the Pixar style. The real Pixar style is cute. Pixar style, according to ChatGPT, though, that's what people think of. Think of some sloppus, some soulless gunk, something that just looks like cost. I tell you, if you're young or if you're half young, you can send your wife to work. You'll be a millionaire next year. Nobody does it. They're too lethargic and terrified. Get a job at some asshole studio. Yeah, I guess that video of Ralph that I'm quoting right now, I was probably thinking that really strongly back then in 2009 when you know, Up had just come out, Wally, Ratatouille came out. And it's like the industry is beginning to show its cracks already. Even though we haven't gotten to Toy Story 3 yet, that came out soon after, and it was like the first Pixar movie that felt a little off, and then Brave felt really gumbus, felt gumbus because you find out later that the director was removed from it, and it makes sense because it's not the movie they set out to make. It's the movie that John Lasseter wanted to think it was gonna be, and that's that's bad. He just got there first. He's not better than them. He made them think that he was like more senior, more equal than other animals. I Yeah, and at this point, seeing that he's just like a serial harasser, how can anyone trust his judgment? Ah, but they hired him at the other studio, so they must have seen the harassment as just a symptom of his genius. Sometimes this shit is just terrible. Can't deal with it. but there was a time when I believed in them, and even though I don't believe in them now, I still think that there is a reason to make animated films. It's just like not the same reason that it used to be, which is why you're never going to tell your story at Pixar, or at least, you'll be the one out of like five people who do that. My buddy did an internship at program at Pixar, and one of the younger guys there warned him that the old heads really want John Lasseter back. It makes all the younger workers super uncomfortable. Ugh. Yeah, I don't doubt that. They want him back because he's theirs. It's like they just like they're still seething that he got caught and apprehended. They're still mad that someone who's supposed to be above the law did something and got punished for it. But he didn't really get appropriately punished. They still want him to come back, and in the meantime he's working at some other Pixar. Somebody else made their own Pixar, and they make awful movies. Their movies are just like dog shit. But he did it once. He made Luxo Jr., didn't he? He made Cute. He did it. Him, John, the guy we're always shitting on. He did it by himself? No, not by himself. There was a whole team in the credits of that movie, or that short. He didn't do it, but he didn't do it alone. But I do think he was the guy who came up with it, and I think there was something about him being an artist back then that was special once. Now John is just like some fucking guy who keeps grabbing everybody, and we're like, you know, why is he here? But the reason he was there in the first place was because he was the artist. They didn't have artists. They had artists. They had like two artists, something. I don't know. These are the days before they were making any money. They couldn't afford a whole team. They didn't have a Disney deal. They were trying to make something happen. They were trying to make magic happen, and only a couple people really thought it might happen. The forward thinking businessman Steve Jobs, he could tell. He could already tell that the iPhone and the iPod and all these things are going to be a huge hit. Everyone's going to want one. And that was just like, I don't know, that wasn't even that genius to have that foresight. Anybody could have said that. But the what matters is that he invested in it. Yeah, Pixar is the same thing. It's like kind of seems like a bad idea on paper. It's you're asking Disney to give you like $100 million to make a movie that might not even make it back. That was Toy Story. And now every Toy Story movie is like the opposite of that, where it's like we're only making this because we know it'll make it back. Otherwise, we'd probably rather be doing something else, which is really that's absolutely a weird thing because what would they be doing if there was no money incentive, if there was no money to be made milking Toy Story? They wouldn't do it. They just simply not make them. And instead, they would probably focus their energy on making something else. Like, the whole reason they needed Disney in the first place was because they didn't have the money. Well, what about now? It's like, that was so long ago. Oh yeah, it actually is smooth like that, isn't it? Oh wait. Huh. Oh, that was like that. Here, let me try making it look more like this. I think that's kind of like what it looks like. Yeah, I'm being Jerry's game right now. I'm just talking to myself for 5 hours, just being like at myself. Recalculate. Recalculating route. Yeah, like I think the conversation has to move away from how can we improve? How can we fix? How can we restore Pixar? It's probably never going to happen. I mean, it might. Like, Disney had a restoration, they had a renaissance, but Pixar, I don't know. They had a little bit more with the they had a little bit more of a focus on the technology. Although ultimately they're about telling stories people like, not not that they know what to do in that regard, but that was once the thing. It was once the thing because the technology itself couldn't continuously impress you. So they had to be creative with it. I do my puppet show, and people love it, but then they lose interest, and it's normal. It's natural. It's like if you're jangling keys in front of a baby, and then you're still doing it by the time they're in their 30s. Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Is like they're gonna be like, I don't like that anymore. You're like, what do you mean? You used to love it. Like, yeah, when I was a baby. So yeah, there's no getting Pixar back to where they were, or at least you're not going to do that by being a consumer. Um, you know, basically have to do what I do, which is not get a job at Pixar, but just like sit outside their studio working on stuff for free. and hoping one day that it'll pay off in some way. Maybe it won't pay monetarily. Maybe it'll just pay in spirit energy. I don't know. Like, it feels more impossible than ever to get the funding to make a movie like that. But at the same time, it feels more possible than ever to just simply make it. Like, I'm doing what John Lasseter did 40 years ago without anything. I have no money. I don't have any money. I have none. I have zero money. John Lasseter and Pixar were a team. There were multiple teams of engineers and artists and businessmen, all meeting and having serious discussions about the lamp. And me, just some douche, just a guy with a mouse and a keyboard. You don't need any of that anymore. It's changed. No, I don't. I'm just being a dead horse at this point, but like these are the reasons why Pixar is like this, or why they appear so impossible to deal with, is because you they are. You would actually be crazy. And oh wait, urgent? No, cursor too. There we go. You'd actually be crazy at this point to try and pitch your personal LGBT story, your life story to Pixar. They don't care. They don't care about that. But that's all right, right? That can be fine. I think we could be okay with that because you know, Pixar shouldn't own everything anyway. They should definitely not own somebody's story that they're not even going to tell properly. Right? Like, I hope the reaction is not that Pixar goes back to being fake progressive and everybody's just like, that's the way. I really hope that people do something else. Like, I hope they just like make their own shit, make their own cartoon, make their own thing, uh, build their own wealth. For fuck's sake, there's a big problem with wealth being concentrated under too few people. It's oh, I can make it a spotlight actually. Um, it's really bad, especially in animation. It's like look at the stupid fucking crap that the wealthy have to say. They're idiots. They don't know anything. The wealthy keep telling us what our morals are. They don't have any. They took that big ass pile of money and just like ran. And this is they since ever since Uniracers came out, they've claimed that this shit belongs to them. And I'm so tired of that. You can make your own little lamp. Or are they gonna sue me? I would not like to see them try because then I would die. But yeah, look how far we've come with not even how far the technology has come, because I feel like in essence this is the exact same technology that they used to make the original. It's more that the um it's more that like the what do you call it? The accessibility has increased by a millionfold. I mean, I admit I'm a little experienced with this stuff, so it's maybe a little bit easier for me to get started on a project. But it's still compared to it's nothing compared to the barrier of entry before, where it's like you couldn't even mess with this unless you had a job where they let you into the building, and then you were not allowed to bring any of those files home with you. That's not been the case for a very long time. There we go. Now it's rotating where it needs to be. Cool. Got my little lampy. All right. There's like a little extra thing here. Hmm. Yeah, that's gonna be difficult to rig up actually. Maybe we can cheat a little. Yep, we can. Nice. Although, yeah, like to really do it upright, you'd have to make it so this thing moves and this thing moves. But maybe another time. Now let's try and just get it moving just as basic as possible. Actually, this thing should be the same object as that. I used to think I needed to get a job at Pixar, but instead I just became your hero. Instead, I just became everybody's favorite guy. Well, I don't know, like you grow up thinking that you're good enough. I was like, I know I'm good enough. I know with practice I could be good enough to work at Pixar. But then like the disillusionment sets in. You realize that a lot of people are good enough to work at Pixar, and none of them get in. So then you start to wonder maybe it's because I'm not good enough. And suddenly Pixar, this thing that gave you so much delight, is sucking the life out of you. And you haven't even worked there yet. Okay, so you can do it like that. Where it's got no bones, it's just object. Just object, yeah, it probably would be better to have bones, so then you could do stuff like that, where it's like, don't have to move them separately. You could just move one. But yeah, that's a little Luxo lamp, the kind that John Lasseter made into a character. Except this one's mine. It's based off of my lamp, which is slightly different. It's the same kind of lamp, but not the same brand. The second Disney Renaissance lasted like 2 minutes. Yeah. I don't even know what you're talking about. What second Renaissance? Yeah. So there's like a dark room, and then I guess there's these lamps, but then there must also be some other lights in the scene, so it's not completely dark. Yeah, it would just look like that otherwise. Yeah, the lamp would look at you, and you would feel that feeling like the lamp is really alive. The lamp is looking at me. Yeah, I don't know. There's too many things I've talked about to summarize it all at the end like this, but let me try. Um, one point is that Pixar used to have a cute art style. That's faded away, and now it's like a generic kind of Disney-esque style. It looks like, it just looks like the Cal art style. Um, they're still able to make movies that look decent, but it's not anything special. It's not anything you haven't seen already. Um, they refuse to allow new artists to go with their vision. They try to take what they were saying and make it more about what we're saying. The old Pixar guys, the guys who've been here, the guys who got here first. They don't know what they're talking about. They couldn't. I mean, they probably do have good stories to tell still, but they're afraid to tell them. They're not allowing the people who work there to really tell their stories, and they're not allowing themselves either. They're just complaining about how they're forced to make room for women now, and then the whole cycle just repeats. They get to claim that they are progressive, and then they get to blame those people that they let in when something doesn't work. And it's really their problem. It's really their fault. It was their fault, not the gay guy and his gay little movie. So I'm saying that we need to make our own stuff. I'm saying that for Pixar's sake, they should stop being owned by Disney. They were better before when they were just contracted, but that's a problem because nobody wants them. They don't even want themselves. They just want it all to go away, and they want you to shut up. they're used to making the same money over and over, and that's changing. They can't hold on to the audience forever. Um, Anything else? Yeah, just if you can do it, if I can do it, you can do it. If you can just like you can just do what Pixar did. Not saying that like it's creative or anything to steal their idea for the walking talking lamp. I'm just saying that like there's nothing preventing you from doing exactly what they did. The only thing is you're not going to make billions of dollars because they did it all first. But that doesn't mean there's no point. You can make a lamp that looks bad and it would be better than what they can make. You can make a lamp, it could be like Pixar and it's like the Pixar logo. It's just this. That's funny. That's funnier than something that they would do. um yeah, Pixar, I just want to remember the good times. I want to remember the good times so that we can work towards the future. Because they're too confused right now. They don't know what they're supposed to be. They want to be progressive so you'll get off their back, but they also don't want to say what they're really thinking. The Pixar Boys Club used to have things to say. And now they're just ashamed. Now they're just ashamed to be a boys club. You're not too ashamed to make all that money, though. I would love to be in the boys club, but I never got along with boys too well. I would love to make a movie that, as a boy, I would enjoy personally. um, yeah. It's like they got too aware of like their own role, about their own impact, that it's like, wow, we have to make movies about women. And it's like John Lasseter is like, I want to make movies about women. I've got to make movies. You're making me do this. That's how it feels. That like he doesn't want to make movies about women. He doesn't want to tell stories about women. Women want to tell stories about him. Women told a lot more stories about him than he told stories about women. They just want to hold on to what they have. They just want to hold on forever. They want to hold it so tightly that it suffocates. Yeah. Even if like some gay guy made a shitty gay Pixar movie, that would be better than what they're doing, which is nothing. They're saying nothing, they're doing nothing. They're paid to do nothing. The competition was bought out by Disney. That's what's happening. I think I gotta go now, but I'll be back. I'll be back with more 3D stuff that I did myself with no money, with no support, with no friends. You don't need any of that. You have to do it in the darkness, just like this lamp. Anyway, thanks for watching.